Welcome to GCSAA Live TV from the 2023 Golf Industry Show here in Orlando. This is our first segment, so I'll be a little rusty this time. Hi to everyone at home, and we're hoping to provide a fair amount of interesting content about achievements, celebrating some achievements, some new technology on the floor, and just some fun along the way. And we're going to start with the Golf Course Builders Association of America. I'm with John McDonald, the president of Golf Course Builders, president and CEO of McDonald Construction.
Thank you.
And Justin Apel, from the director of the Golf Course Builders Association of America. I told you it was going to be rough on the first one, right?
We're all
so we're going to get started by learning a little bit about Golf Course Construction and Builders Association. I'm assuming that's what GCBAA stands for. What does it stand for you as the new president, John?
So GCBA is just that, Golf Course Builders Association of America, a group of golf course construction companies, renovation companies, irrigation contractors, and vendors that come together to go out there and produce the best golf construction we think on the market. We try to attract members and retain members that do it. We have a certification program. So the builders that want to become certified go through a certification process that's pretty vigorous in the testing and certain requirements that are met. So if somebody requires a certified builder on a bid list, let's say, they know they're getting somebody that's competent to build whatever golf product they want. And we're proud to be in it. We've been in it for a very long time because it shows our commitment to the golf construction industry, and that's kind of where we hang our hat.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, the pandemic has been a friend, right? A lot of people saw golf boom and have taken some of that revenue and reinvested into infrastructure.
Correct.
It's a busy time out there. How are you finding the time to be president of this association? How did you come to be in the presidency? No one else wanted to do it, or it was time for you to do it?
I tell people all the time, it's like some people look to get away from these positions, but I've been on the board of directors of the association for quite a long time, and Justin alongside Michelle that works in the association make all the board members and executive board members' jobs very easy.
Okay.
I was on the board for a very long time, and it got to a point where I told Justin, I either need to become president or I need to get off the board, right? Make room for somebody else. So I think they helped me become president just to get rid of me.
Okay.
Right? So
that's one way to look at it.
do my time and move on to bigger and better things.
Yeah, but at the same time, we'll say it a little tongue-in-cheek, but you don't run a successful business if you don't set goals for the kinds of things you want to accomplish. What are those goals that you and the staff will be working on in the near future?
Yeah, so the Golf Course Builders Association has been around since 1972. And even still today, there's some people that don't know what those letters mean or what we stand for or what we're about. So our goal still today, after all those years, is to promote that. And that's still one of my goals in the association, is to make sure, and you see what we do in this show, and you see our logo up there with everybody else's, and what these guys do in the association, and they build the green and bring the products and have the vendors, and just to make sure that the builders are talked along with everybody else in golf, because it is a team effort. It's like, I tell people, it's like the biggest homework project ever. You need someone to design it, you need someone to build it, you need someone to maintain it, and all those are represented at this show.
And I think raising that awareness is really important because, let's face it, golf wasn't doing so well, maybe not as busy as it is now, and this is a perfect time for you to capitalize on how much you guys are out there doing this work, showcasing your talents. The architects get their fair share. Good thing you guys don't have those goofy jackets.
Right.
That's one way to get attention. The other way to get attention is a brand campaign, Justin.
That's right.
So why don't we talk about, we're talking about raising awareness. That sounds like a brand campaign to me. I heard a little bit about a renovation channel. Let's talk overall what's going on with the builders and raising awareness.
Yeah, for us, as John did a great job explaining, who we represent and how they're involved in the golf process, right? Not many people know, and you see the finished product. You see the finished product on TV on Sunday. You see the finished product when you pull in the parking lot at your local club. But I think there's a fascination to show how things are built, and we see that. In home construction, there's HGTV, all of that has some exciting. That's what we want to kind of do, and that's what it's going to take to showcase the brand of companies like John's and our members, is to is to capture what they are doing before it becomes the final product. And so
there'll be short videos. It'll be highlighting a bunker build or a particular. You said you were working at Riviera recently. Those kinds of projects, start to highlight them. Maybe get them in front of students as well, right? I mean, we certainly have a lot of architecture students, a lot of people in this business who like building things, right? Is it through the GCSAA TV? So this is the first time we're hearing this, right?
We got a little surprise, but in 1994, this would be pretty easy because it's an A to Z construction project. It's new construction.
Yeah.
That's not the case right now. There's so much renovation, and the word golf renovation can be so broad. It might just be bunkers and liner being installed.
Right.
It might be a new irrigation system or an add-on irrigation system. Regardless of what that is, we want to take people behind the scenes, show them how the sausage is made, because there's so much technology and investment, and then you bury it.
That's exactly right. I always thought that was the hardest job for a superintendent, is for an irrigation system. Give me $2 million so I can bury it in the ground.
You bury it and it doesn't work. It's not done right.
Yeah.
The superintendent has to live with that. And
so one of the things you said I think is interesting here is that when we say golf course builders, right, I think of the folks moving the dirt. But you also mentioned irrigation people involved, other technicians, drainage people involved, companies that do, yours does all the services as your company. What kinds of other people get involved in the golf course builders? Because that's part of raising the awareness. I think everybody thinks it's just people pushing dirt, maybe, or putting drainage in.
Our logo, and our brand is golf course builders, but the bigger portion of our membership is the supply network that goes into it.
Right.
Everything from sod and seed companies all the way up to heavy equipment companies.
Excellent.
And then also all of the professional consultants and expertise that go into the golf construction process are members of the association.
And anytime you look at a golf course, depending on the job, anything you see could be part of the golf course builders, oversight.
Right.
Cart paths. There's specialty golf court.
Sand suppliers. Aggregate suppliers.
Specialty drainage suppliers. Erosion control. Sometimes even landscapers, even though the golf courses sometimes do their own.
Yeah.
Sometimes bigger landscaping projects are rolled into construction because it's all tore up. But paving golf cart paths is a special talent that not any paver. If you pave in parking lots, you're not a great golf course cart path.
That's exactly right. And it's interesting when you say all that, I think about how many people at the trade show are selling and marketing those kinds of products that are tools and things you use in your building things, and having your members here and your work here is supporting those vendors as the superintendents are, right? They also want to know, even though you're putting it in, they might want to know something about what's going in the ground, right? They're going to work with you on what's going to get in the ground.
It kind of helps change that perception of, when you think of the builders, they're just out there pushing dirt.
Yeah.
Those products just don't fall from the sky and magically all start working together.
That's exactly right.
They're technically installed, tested.
Yeah.
And this renovation channel that we're launching will have short segments showing how those products are used, how the technologies, how problems are solved. Because that's probably the most fascinating part. The experience of our membership on the construction side, you literally can say they've seen it all. They know how to solve a problem ahead of it. And so whether they discover it during the process or as they're working with that owner, they can say, hey, if we do this, we can get this course to function better. And working with the owner, the superintendent, the architect, design, I mean, it really makes that end product last.
And I think, showing them, being involved in a process with a club, having a robust discussion about, okay, this is what it looks on paper. This is what it might look like out there. And the superintendent, well, here's the problems I see in actually maintaining this because labor is a challenge or because irrigating it is a challenge. So those sorts of things that you want to highlight to people, you guys came and built some stuff here on the trade show floor.
That's right.
Let's go through some of the things that you built here for the trade show people to walk about. I saw it on the Golf Channel. Rhett was sitting in front of it. Saw a lot of sand piled up. I saw a little bit of grass laid when I was coming in. What did you guys do?
Well, Justin laid most of it, so I was not involved with it. There was another golf course builder in our association that came early and helped Justin and Michelle do it. I'll let him talk about some of the features on there that are going to be part of the demonstrations because they really did all the work to get it done. It's an impressive setup over there, and hopefully everybody gets around to take a look at it. I know they have a lot of demonstrations, but Justin can tell you what they got
Perfect.
going
What are we
on there.
highlighting over there, Justin?
Yeah, so the partnership with the USGA on this build, we really worked with them on creating a stage that they could provide education. And so I can't steal their thunder, but they're showcasing a new product that they brought to the market that can read firmness and speed. I mean,
the GS3.
The GS3.
Yeah. There's no more thunder. Most of us that have been in the know
Sure.
are waiting for it. But I
now,
thought
now
I saw.
you can see it in action.
Oh, you
now.
can.
What we did is we have 2 different grass varieties on the green intentionally, so that you can show the differences.
Nice.
So that's one of the key education of of the interactive stage.
I saw a cutaway.
And the cutaway
of
the green.
That was really cool. I tell you, just date myself for a second. Back in 1982, when I was doing junior college in turf at Cobleskill, I won this weekend ag award thing, building a cutaway profile of a USGA green. And I had the weirdest flashback when I saw that you had built the cutaway. And it's very interesting because you say we bury things, right? And this comes up a lot in sports too, right? Heating under, how do they have green grass in Green Bay in January? Right? What is going on? There's an enormous amount of technology in the ground here that you guys have to understand, right? It has to be installed right to function right. I thought I saw something about forward tees over there.
So the USGA is going to be talking about the forward tees, and that's why in this design we intentionally have 2 tees in a way that they can kind of just show how easy it is to deploy what they're recommending. So, and while we were at it, the tees. USGA is working on some drip irrigation systems in the tee boxes. Extremely efficient, and it's buried. So what we do is we have cutaways that you can actually look through the plexiglass and see below the surface.
Okay.
Yep.
This is great. Have you? I'm going to pick up on this. We've been playing around with this in the north. We put a couple of subsurface irrigation on T-tops out of Martha's Vineyard at the Vineyard Golf Club. Rainbird supplied the stuff, and we wanted what we were struggling with is they don't have herbicides to use out there. And the fugitive water that a sprinkler head sprays away from where you want it is causing weeds to grow in the rough areas and the rough to get thick, and they don't have herbicides to spray them, right? So we did some subsurface T-top things. And one of the first things that I found interesting, golf course superintendents struggle a little bit when they push a button and something doesn't pop up. And they can't see the water coming.
Can't see it, right?
Right. So, and I thought I saw a little innovation that you could make a little riser that just comes up and looks orange while the system is running.
You can see it.
Yeah. Have you installed any of these subsurface systems yet?
So we have not. We haven't seen much of that, but we also don't do a lot of our own irrigation. We're one of the golf course construction only firms. If we have to do small patch jobs, one green, we will, but most of the irrigation we sub out.
To an irrigation contractor,
correct.
a member of the Golf Course Builders Association of America. Excellent.
Right, and it is a great partnership. When you talk about the show, being part of this show has always been great for us because although there's several products we might not use, we have to treat our golf course renovation jobs almost like we're a maintenance. Like we drive the same workmen and gators. We drive the same trap rakes. We use the same seed and fertilizer that the golf course superintendents use to put it down to grow for them to hand over for them to take over. So it's a match made in heaven for us to be part of this show.
Well, it's really great that you have decided, after sitting all these years on the board, that you want off the board, and the way off the board was through the presidency. And I got to tell you, working on building projects across the country, and a lot with Gil Hance and Jim Wagner and their group, you come to appreciate how hard this work is, the grind that it is, how much it attracts people, and to really want to do it all the time. Appreciate you taking the time to join us today and to take the time out of your family business to be, the president of this association. And he's, saying, I need your help, right? And everybody who's involved in association work knows when you got another job and you're volunteering your time, it relies on this. So I'm sure they're very appreciative of your work with this, Justin. Always good to see you. It's our second or third time of doing this. But I will say, before we get out of here, isn't your award named the Rossi Award? The Don Rossi Award?
Yep.
Every time I see it, I think, oh, the Rossi Award. And I don't know, I never knew Don, but I knew that he was a legend, of course, on the builder side. Did that award go out? Did we have an award this year?
We did. This year we elected just to do our opening reception. We were excited that kind of the post-COVID, this first show kind of a thing. let's just go full throttle and just have a nice welcome back event. And wow, they blew the roof off last
It is
night.
really good to see everybody again, right?
It
I
is.
keep saying, even people I don't like as much.
Yeah, there's a lot of
It's
people.
just good to see people.
And literally seeing them with the masks down and
seeing
off.
them,
and
that's exactly
it's-
right. There's
it's-
something
it's-
about
it's
being back
great.
together.
It really is. And
Well-
so last night proved that.
Yeah, good. Well, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for
Justin,
having
thanks.
us.
Nice to have you. That concludes this segment of GCSA TV Live, brought to you in partnership with Envu. We're here at the 2023 Golf Industry Show in Orlando. I'm Frank Rossi. We'll be right back with another segment shortly. Thanks for joining us.
Hey,
Welcome to the GCSAA TV live stage here at the 2023 GCSAA Conference and Show. I called it the Golf Industry Show the first time. We're going to be on the stage here celebrating achievements, highlighting innovations, talking about initiatives, and hopefully having a few laughs on the very, very busy trade show floor. Thanks to Envu for sponsoring the stage and the live TV event. We're very grateful to them for doing that. We'll be chatting with them in a segment coming up in a little bit. But for now, I'm joined with my old pal at Syngenta and some new friends at Syngenta. Not such a new friend on the end, the Pittsburgh Steeler fan, I know for sure. Stephanie Schwanke, the Turf Market Manager, Brandon Bell, the Diversity and Inclusion Lead, and the Southeast Tech Rep, Dr. Lane Treadway, all from Syngenta. This year, the theme is, let me go to it, for whatever tomorrow brings.
Yes.
You know, we've had a lot of themes over the years. The health in action. Remember, you guys were really focused on that a few years ago when we did this. Now it's whatever tomorrow brings because we haven't seen each other in a while. Nobody would have predicted what tomorrow brought the last time we were together. What is it about this initiative for Syngenta this year on the show?
Well, it's great to be back with you, Frank. Thank you so much for joining us once again on a live stage. And yeah, we're really excited to be back at the 2023 GCSAA Conference and Show. So what is new for us is showcasing for whatever tomorrow brings. We know golf course superintendents learn to expect the unexpected. No 2 days are the same. They have many challenges. So how can Syngenta help?
Okay.
Some of those things we can't necessarily help with, and they are fun to see, which our golf course superintendents have been featuring for the last 2 weeks on #TurfHappens.
Turf Happens.
And we've invited the industry to show us what some of those challenges look like that they come across every day on their golf course. But in the meantime, we're trying to help them to control the controllable. Yes, so fortunately, we have our team of experts. We have over 50 agronomic programs and solutions to help them plan. We have digital tools that help them to monitor and predict what may happen so they can better prepare those timings and applications.
Well, the Greencast is a great, the Greencast website in the spring in the Northeast for the annual Bluegrass Weevil stuff that you guys do has really become something I do a weekly show for golf course superintendents for 10 weeks in the spring. And I think I show a snapshot of that website every day. So those kinds of tools, as they come along, really provide solutions beyond just what's in the jug, right?
Absolutely.
Beyond what's just in the jug. Now, as part of the initiative for whatever tomorrow brings and the things we can control, you have been involved in expanding Syngenta's involvement in women in turf, right?
Absolutely.
And an initiative to really open our industry up to diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Correct.
We're joined by Brandon, but I want us to set him up, right? Because you're, I know, key involved in this as being a woman in turf yourself for many years.
Yes.
It's got to feel good from the beginning, right, to see this celebrated.
I am very proud of what we have been able to do on behalf of the support of our global Syngenta organization, who has put forward more momentum and focus in our strategic agenda to focus on diversity and inclusion internally. And we want to help this industry take the next step forward to create further diversity and inclusion. So GCSAA has been so supportive of us over the years with our Ladies Leading Turf panel and networking session, which is really kind of the foundation of how it all started. And from there, evolved into something even greater with the U.S. Women's Open and supported highly by Kimberly Gard, our territory manager in California. And we've created this volunteer network of women at the U.S. Women's Open events. And so we're excited to move into the third year of that opportunity and volunteering. And Brandon has been a key part to help support that and even presented on this very topic to that group of U.S. Women's Open volunteers.
Okay, so let's talk about this because obviously what we see is external, You're a lead. This is also involved internally. One of the things we want to talk about is how this is important to the culture in Syngenta, right? I mean,
Yes.
it's one thing to talk the talk. It's another thing to walk the walk. So let's talk about sort of how Syngenta, you think, Brandon, is walking the walk.
Oh, for sure. So for us at Syngenta, we see equity, diversity, and inclusion as being kind of like some of our key ingredients to success. So when you think about the innovation that we bring to the market, when you think about the way in which we show up and support our customers, we really see that as being a direct product of the way in which we engage each other with our different expertise, walks of life, and backgrounds. So internally, that shows up in a variety of ways with our business resource groups, our groups for women, people from different ethnic backgrounds.
Affinity groups,
groups, but also recognizing folks who might just have different generational ties, right? Individuals who maybe just show up and have different affinities to other groups in ag, like FFA or 4-H. So we really see the work that we do in the industry stemming from the work that we commit to internally to really show up and bring human potential to life as we seek to bring plant potential to life.
Yeah, this is so, it's fascinating to tie those two things together. And it's interesting, you know, it's easy to look at diversity just as sort of we look different. You're a woman, black man, white guy, all these things. But also the diversity of ideas and thoughts are important, right? You can have people that look different, all think the same thing, something bad happens, right? So I think having that as in a culture is not just about we got to look different. It's like we got to think different about the way we're approaching these issues. And the Women in Turf, right? The Women's Open, that is an interesting thing. You bring women from all different walks. I mean, I follow them on Twitter. I'm just in love with all of them. The way they've immersed themselves, many ways in way everybody else would immerse themselves in this business. Encouraging that and your culture matters. I'm sort of wondering how when you gave that presentation to the women, what is the kinds of things you're talking to them about these diversity of ideas and the way we got to make a bigger tent?
Right. So I'm glad you brought that up because regardless of your identity, we all have the opportunity to learn and grow from interacting with others, right? So what I really try to do is I try to ask the ladies or anyone that I'm engaging to say, think about your identities, think about your lived experiences, and see the opportunity to engage with other folks as an opportunity to broaden your horizon. And when you broaden your horizon, it gives you a greater capacity to engage your employees. It gives you a greater capacity to engage your stakeholders, your customers. And more importantly, it shifts us from being individuals on courses to being individuals a part of a community. So it's really figuring out how do you leverage those key concepts to help people kind of identify a North Star they might not normally consider.
The North Star, right? That sort of idea of, you know, what we imagine ourselves to be, right? And you start acting like it and eventually it sort of comes to fruition.
It comes to pass,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah. So it's really great. I mean, this is such, you know, we're not talking, you know, chemicals, we're not talking these things, we're talking about, hey, we all work in this industry together. It's important that we continue to make people feel included. And certainly how we look, but also how we present ourselves and talk about these things. And the women, the U.S. Open women thing, anybody that's volunteered at an event knows exactly how much of a team building experience, you know, that can be, right? A team building experience. So what I know, and Lane, it's your turn, brother, part of being a team is working with the people who use the products, right? And I know you've been working recently, gave a seminar on resistance management. Advanced seminar on resistance management. This is one of those little things we probably need to always remind people of, because no matter how good a chemical is, you don't steward it right and use it right, it all of a sudden doesn't work anymore. And we got plenty of examples, you know, of how this works out. What are you talking about today with resistance management, especially that there's not as many new materials, right? Not as many new molecules as there used to be, Lane.
Right, exactly. And this is a new seminar that we offered for the first time this year. And one of the surprising things for me, at least, was that the majority of the audience was primarily interested in herbicide resistance. We all know that fungicide resistance is a widespread issue in certain pathogens like dollar spot and anthracnose. But herbicide resistance is really coming to the forefront. Here in the southeast U.S. in particular, we have POA that's resistant to multiple chemistries. Goosegrass resistance is becoming more widespread, and now sedges and kalingas too. And so obviously the part of the solution to manage resistance is to avoid relying on single chemistries repeatedly over time. And so we just talked about ways to best implement multiple chemistries to make sure that we're not selecting for those resistant individuals.
And honestly, the weeds are the final frontier. We're going to be able to manage diseases. We'll have options. You've got cultural things you can do, right? insects, there's scouting and targeting, right, to do things smarter. Weeds, they sneak in there. You got to kill a plant next to another plant. Not an easy thing to do. And I was going to get to this at the end, but since it's set up so well for it, I understand there's a new selective herbicide that can take Bermuda grass out of zoysia grass. I had the pleasure of being at Grand Vista yesterday, one of the Marriott properties that has zoysia grass, diamond zoysia greens. And this was talked about at length. Can you talk a little bit about recognition, when we're going to see it, the chemistry and stuff like that?
Yeah, absolutely. A great segue. Recognition is a new herbicide product that we're planning to launch later this spring or early summer. And it's a mixture of trifloxysulfuron, which is the same active ingredient in Monument, but it also contains an herbicide safener called metcamifin.
So this is a sort of a different way of thinking about using an herbicide, right?
Exactly.
With a safener involved.
Yeah, herbicide safeners are basically allowing us to bring older chemistries into new markets because it allows us to completely change the turf safety profile.
And this is done in ag. Ag's been using safeners, I think, in their formulations for a while, right, Lane?
Correct. This particular safener, we can think about it as sort of a new generation in that it's much more powerful in how it works. And Recognition is the first product containing metcamifin that's being launched into the marketplace. So it's primarily developed for use in St. Augustine grass, but for golf course superintendents managing zoysia grass, we can mix Recognition with high rates of Fusilade to control Bermuda grass very effectively with outstanding safety on the zoysia grasses.
Okay, so Fusilade is also part of the equation. This actually came up in the session. They thought, there was a question, do you need Fusilade? And a lot of people know Fusilade will set it back, but Bermuda grass is not going to go easy.
No,
but this
not.
thing must be working well, because the superintendent who had tried it said it was really completely eliminating the Bermuda grass. And zoysia grass, once it gets that stiff canopy again, maybe it'll keep it out.
So Recognition, the metcamifin within Recognition does safen the Fusilade on zoysia grass. So Fusilade does need to be a part of the mixture. We're safening the Fusilade on zoysia grass, but not on Bermuda grass. And that's what gives us the ability to selectively control Bermuda grass.
All right, so listen, the other thing I was happy to talk about, because it really tracked my own career in the last 30 years, Primo just turned 30. I remember when it was a numbered compound. Joe DiPaolo showed up at the UW-Madison. He said, play around with this. I started spraying it at low rates, and we saw Pencross turn into A1, A4, just like that. And that was the early days of thinking how to use a growth regulator. Up until then, it was the old soil ones, POA control, TGR, those sorts of things. Boy, growing degree day models, Bill's Greenkeeper thing, all the sort of scheduling. This thing has matured quite a bit. And I remember Joe telling me back then, every golf course is going to use this product at some day. And he was exactly right. 30 years later, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean,
this product's older than you, isn't it?
Not quite. I barely remember a time before Primo was a product. In fact, I do remember one of the first times my father, who was a golf course superintendent, used Primo, and that was kind of one of the first technologies that I remember him using that really changed how he managed the golf course. And you think about just how integral Primo is to the way golf courses are managed today. It is still a spectacular innovation.
So it's been around a long time. Are you still learning stuff? I mean, it seems like 30 years. It's a snoozer, right? Just put it in the tank, you go. Are you still learning stuff about Primo as you go out there? What are some of those things that are still popping up? I know the degree day thing was a big innovation of using it on the schedule like that.
Right. We're always learning with all of our products. That's part of what we do as part of the technical team. Primo has kind of evolved and almost come full circle in that in a lot of ways it was being used more to improve the quality and the uniformity of the canopy. But now we're kind of shifting gears with shortages in labor and time on the golf course to focusing more on clipping reduction.
And having that dial to be able to suppress growth when I don't want clipping volume, right? Clipping volume, and it gives me better playability. And just like that, we're out of time.
Oh my goodness.
How about that? See how quick that goes?
Beautiful.
It is always a pleasure to see you, Stephanie. Best
Likewise.
of luck with the initiative this year. Brandon, the diversity, equity, inclusion stuff that Syngenta does, I'm so pleased to see you guys leading that charge. Lane, always good to see you. I didn't know your dad was a golf course superintendents. That's a cool little fact you snuck in there. Thanks for doing that resistance management stuff. And when is recognition coming out?
Late spring to early summer.
Okay, great. Well, thank you all for joining me. I'm Frank Rossi here on the GCSAA Live TV stage, brought to you by Envu. We're here at the 2023 GCSAA Conference and Show. I'm going to get it off my tongue no matter what. We'll be right back with a couple more segments in a minute. Thanks for joining us.
Syngenta understands that every day as a superintendent is different and often brings the unexpected. They are here to help you control what you can today so you are better prepared for whatever tomorrow may bring. Stop by booth 2872 at the show to explore their latest solutions. As part of their Turf Happens contest, Syngenta wants to see the most unexpected challenges you've overcome on your course, whether it's pests, wildlife, weather, labor, or other unforeseen obstacles. Beginning January 18th, share photos or a GIF on social media using the hashtag TurfHappens, and you'll be entered for a chance to win one of 4 Blackstone 28-inch griddles. Interested in becoming a certified golf course superintendent? Visit the Syngenta booth to apply for one of 3 scholarships to cover your application fee. Plus, don't miss these events sponsored by Syngenta, including the welcome reception at Aquatica, the Health in Action 5K, the Ladies Leading Turf panel discussion and networking reception, and additional education sessions, celebrations, and industry discussions. For more details and to easily add these events to your calendar, visit greencastonline.com/GCSAA show.
As a former golf course superintendent, one of my driving goals when I retired was that I wanted to go out and talk to young women and get them to come into the golf course industry. We're working on all of that, and now that we have more women than we used to have in the industry, I want to help those women thrive, and I want them to become certified golf course superintendents. I want them to hone their skills and be the best that they can be.
I have really looked into the certification program for superintendents through the GCSAA, and it will be something that I am working on later on this summer. I need to do it for myself. I need to have a sense of accomplishment and just prepare myself for anything future that may come along.
I am so proud. The new modernized CGCS program just came out in October, and that was done through the certification committee. And they spent 3 years doing a thorough deep dive into the whole program and bringing it up to our current day and age. So they modernized the whole program. No longer is it a paper exam. It is an online exam in 3 parts. You can choose to take those 3 parts in any order. You can take them 1 a month or 1 every 6 months. So you can do it however it fits your busy schedule.
The value of certification, I think it depends on your personal, how much weight you put on it. If you're looking to try to get a job at a high-profile course or a high-end course, then absolutely it's going to help you. It's going to help you get in the front of the line for that job. But maybe that's not why you want it. Maybe you just want it as a personal goal.
As an employee, right, when you're out doing the job hunt, that CGCS at the end of your name is going to make that employer go, oh, I want to talk to this person. It says that you care about professional development, you care about keeping up with what's going on in the industry, you care about staying up to date and really being dedicated to ongoing continual improvement. It is the pinnacle of what a superintendent can be. It is really aiming to be the top in your profession.
Welcome to GCSAA TV Live here at the 2023 GCSAA's Conference and Show. It's been the golf industry show up until now, and I'm going to stop flubbing it up, I promise, Jeff. Brought to you by Envu. We're really thankful and grateful to Envu for sponsoring the live stage, which gives me a chance to work with all these wonderful GCSAA TV folks. But also, we're going to spend time highlighting achievements, talking about initiatives, innovations in the industry, and a few laughs. And right now, Tee to Green gave us an opportunity to talk about grow in at Evansville Country Club in Evansville, Indiana. And I'm with Jeff Sexton, the golf course superintendent in Evansville. Jeff, like I said to you earlier, I've been following your renovation on Twitter. I absolutely love the pictures. I think it's one of the great things about that particular platform that's really worked for us in turf, that a picture is 1,000 words. You've had 1 million of those pictures. First, let's start out with some simple stuff. Why did Evansville, let's learn a little bit about Evansville Country Club. Why did they decide to do this renovation now?
Yeah, so we felt like the timing was right. You know, clubs are kind of flush with cash at the moment. When we began our process, bank loan values were lower than they are today. And so the club felt like now was a really, really good time to kind of get this done. You know, a lot of clubs around the country got some money from the government. And so we had like 3 big pots that we were able to draw from in order for the club to be able to afford the project. Okay,
so the first choice was money, right?
Yes.
Now was a good time because you had the money. So that meant the need was always there. So what were the particular needs you hope to address in this renovation?
So I just finished my 11th year, and every year the Green Committee complains about the practice facilities that the club had. The people were starting to get, members of the committee were starting to get frustrated that there was no action to be taken. So ultimately that was the number one, was to kind of improve the driving range. The golf ball's going further. Membership is way up. We just didn't have room and space to practice the game. We had a couple of tennis courts that were failing that needed to be invested in.
Not grass courts.
No, they were the old asphalt courts.
Right.
Those are now been removed and replaced. And then we needed some parking. We had some issues with parking. So really, we've called this a campus renovation versus a golf course renovation. More so just, it was easier for the members to be attracted to an assessment if we included everybody in the club versus just one category.
Okay, so that's really interesting. Because I did notice recently you had pictures of the tennis courts being repaved, right? I did notice that the practice work was going on. Nothing on the golf course.
Yeah, so we are doing golf course renovation as well. We're rebuilding 13 of the main 18 greens.
Okay.
We're getting a new putting green. Our putting green was pretty small and dinky, much larger. And then ultimately, to continue to grow the game, we wanted to invest in a short game practice area like many other clubs around America.
Great.
So we're going to be able to launch that as well when we're finished.
Okay, so this made a lot of sense, right? You had the money, you had the needs, and probably what I learned about construction during the pandemic is it's hard to get everything. Guys are in demand. A lot of people are, we learned from the Golf Course Builders Association this morning, they're pretty busy. People are taking this money, investing it back in their course. Was it hard getting contractors, supplies? I heard guys telling me I'm waiting 2 months for irrigation pipe. How did the pandemic impact the supply to get you what you needed?
So I'll never forget at this show last year, really the most stressful part about it for me has just been the whole budgeting process, because everything is so volatile right now. And I remember talking to a friend of mine, about how much all this stuff cost. And he said, well, Jeff, do you realize you've had the top 5 contractors in the world bid your project?
Okay.
So, you know, that was pretty eye-opening to me there. My project is a little bit backwards, so I have a really, really good relationship with the shaper that we hired.
Oh, good.
And then we took his information and he kind of reached out to Bo Welling, a good friend of his, who ultimately the club selected to be our architect.
Okay.
So we went shaper first, architect second, and then where Bo is in his career, and it's, you know, he's one of the latest and greatest architects that we feel with what he's doing at PGA Frisco and different projects.
Nice.
Then it's all kind of synergetic, where these contractors want to do work for certain people. And so I think we were fortunate to get Bo signed up, and then ultimately they wanted to do Bo's work. So it kind of worked out for us to get shoved into a very busy because we didn't start planning this thing until spring of 2021 or 2020, and we started in 2021. So it's been very fast.
Yeah, and I get it, and it's good to have an architect that had the space to do the work, find the people to do it. So now we'll get into the one of the cool parts about this that, you know, I've spent a fair amount of my academic career looking at bent grasses. You're doing 13 of the 18 greens, you're going to resurface them. I'm assuming they were some version of bent POA in advance of this. Obviously, having POA Cure around makes this a viable option because now we have something that's really reliable in a program to keep the POA out. But let's talk about the choice you made for your variety.
So to take a step back, it was always a big challenge in our market with these older grasses. We had pin cross and pin links, and we get our humidity down in Evansville, and they segregate out over time, and they get puffy, and they grow at different rates, and it was just really, really
even the bents, right? You're
Even
not talking
the
POA,
bents.
you're talking to bents, right?
And it was really difficult for me as their superintendent to provide a really good, smooth, fast surface during the summer. So I took that angle from my aspect of trying to sell this project to upgrade bent grasses. So then I went to work on, there's all kinds of different bent grasses coming into the market. The one thing that really hit home for me, now I was looking for a bent grass that obviously would survive in a very hot climate. And the guys I talked to in Tulsa, Oklahoma, other areas about Pure Distinction, I knew that if it could survive that far south, I think in Evansville it would work well. We also did a little bit of a 4-year test on a nursery at Evansville with Pure Distinction.
Okay, there you go.
Kind of had some on-property experience. It all worked out really, really well, but I really fell in love with Lou Sharp, their consultant. That meant a lot to me. I'm kind of a touchy-feely kind of guy. I ask a lot of questions, and just to know that I had him as part of my team was really the selling point.
Behind the grass.
Exactly
right.
right.
So having the grass was one thing, behind the support behind it is another thing. And we'll talk about that. But I got to ask this. You did say it's the hottest place in the world. Could you imagine in 10 years, 20 years, you're going to have Bermuda grass greens? Did you look at ultra dwarfs at all or zoysias at all? I mean, zoysia is a flyer right now, right? It's still sort of, we're trying to figure it out, see how far north it goes. John Sorokin's work at Tennessee's pretty good.
It is.
But you're on the border where that line is, with the climate changing the way it is moving up. Any discussion of that at all?
I think at the end of the day, bent grass is still the best surface in golf. I've got my opinions about all that. Me and my staff work hard for 100 days. My membership expects it. I think if the time is spent the way it should with bent grass in my market, I think it's a home run.
Okay.
I have to trust the plant geneticists with all these grass changes. They've obviously changed and altered genetics so that those bent grasses can handle higher temperatures. And you know, through education and communication with the members, that's what they ultimately want, not just for me and my guys, but for them and the future of their club.
So we think of Pure Distinction. One of the things that it's obviously aptly named for is that you're not seeing that segregation, right, with Pure Distinction. When you went down and visited Tulsa, places south, obviously having a steward like the person from Tee to Green, was it Lou?
Yes.
Obviously having them as a partner was important. Did you see greens that were 5 years, 7 years old and able to tell whether they were still holding that purity?
Well, mine was 4 years old and I still saw no segregation. Just talking to folks, you know, this grass has been around 10 years, 12 years, and they still aren't seeing the segregation. Have a guy up north in the state there that he did his 10 years ago or whatever, and I spent a lot of time with him, but that's another part of the investment that we're making, knowing that this grass will hold closer to its parents longer than the old ones is just only going to make the investment that much better. You have to be smart in our marketplace, and in order for me to be smart but still stay up with today's times, I just felt like it was time to change grass, and that's why we did what we did.
So did you hollow them out? Was it a full redo or just a regrassing?
So they rebuilt 13 of them, and then just financially, we went ahead and gassed and regrassed 5 of them that were rebuilt in 1991.
Okay.
That process was really, really cool. I wanted to find a class with someone with experience with the Basamid product. I couldn't do that, but I went ahead and got licensed through the state of Indiana, went through everything properly, and it felt really safe to me and my guys to do it all in-house.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah.
That you did the due diligence, right?
Yep.
Because there obviously will be opportunity for POA to creep in. The heat tolerance, disease tolerance, things that you looked at, it isn't just high temperature tolerance. It's high humidity, wet. Obviously even with sand-based systems, maybe potential for organic matter buildup. Pure Distinction must have ticked all those boxes in addition to the fact that it didn't segregate.
Absolutely. And the way the guys are growing grass now with a lot less inputs, a lot less nitrogen, there's other ways to control thatch other than typical core aerification. My club's got those tools in place, I think. They're going to have to invest in some other things as we move forward, but that doesn't scare me or.
Yeah. Okay, so you're working on a project, right? That you imagine it in 21. When did you break ground? I think I saw something that you were comparing seeding dates at times too, right? So let's talk about how the process went. You got everybody on, moving stuff around, everything staged. Hiccups, has it been going smoothly? Let's talk about the process first.
It's been really good. They moved in. We closed the front nine and left the back nine open until the middle of September. Front nine closed August 1st. They mobilized in. They were already demoing bunkers the first day. We had the driest fall in southern Indiana anybody could ask for. They flat moved through this thing. We got through Christmas, and it's been a little bit wet back at home, but they've got about 35% of the project left to go.
Okay.
I'm a motivator, and man, I just like to move, and I still think my contractor is going to be with me and help me get this thing done on time.
So you got them seeded late? Did you get some late seeds? Talk about that.
We're still seeding. We're using the evergreen turf covers for you guys that are thinking about a project and you're worried about your window. I encourage you throwing that into the mix. We seeded greens back at Christmas, and it's taken about 20 days for that seed to germinate. But we're going to go into March and have greens we seeded in December, 2-3 leaf stage with this stuff.
No kidding.
We've got 3 more to go. We're just going to keep going, and I still think if we can get them seeded by the 1st of March, we'll be ready to go by the end of May. So.
Okay, let's review what you just said, boy. Remember, I told you it's on tape, right?
That's right.
So you're going to seed early March. You're going to seed greens that were seeded in December, or first seed greens?
We got 3 more to go.
3 more to go. So you're going to seed them in March and open by May.
That's what I'm
90 days.
On. Yep.
So does that plan? Okay, here's one of the things we know. You get too fancy with nitrogen, you're going to get a trampoline built up pretty quick. So I'm assuming in your mind you've got this balance. I'm going to push it and sand it, and push it and sand it. Is that the idea? Because to mow it, right, you're going to sandwich it. You don't want to just keep lowering the height. You want to bring it up a little bit. So what's the plan with this rapid get it to play? So
to throw it on top of all the other stuff I'm dealing with, I basically got 2 different grow-ins. I've got a push grow-in in the fall, and then I understand the physiologics of grass and what happens in the summer. So, and Chandler and I are working on this morning, but we're not going to push this grass in the spring. We're going to try to feed it a little bit differently with more liquids versus granular.
Okay.
And try and let the natural being of the plant help us get it to the finish line.
So, liquid, which means less N.
Well,
more frequent?
More frequent.
Driving on it or spray hawking it? Or?
Well, so we bought a spray hawk and a spray bug, and it's a little walk-behind sprayer.
Yeah, really good.
And back in the day, we used to use a lot of granular products to grow grass in, and we've just been using this little spray bug and feeding them, and that's been a challenge too. I told my contractor I didn't want to wait and seed all the greens at once. Yeah. When they give them to me, we drop the seed and keep going.
All right.
So right now we've got 15 different greens in 15 different stages, and
that's so great.
Keeps the mind going. But
it's a good thing. It's a good thing you're a motivator, and you were so motivating. We're done.
Well, that's awesome.
We're out of time, Jeff. Thanks for taking the time to join us.
Thanks.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us on the GCSAA TV live stage, talking about a tee to greens variety here, Pure Distinction. I'm Frank Rossi. I'm on this stage because of Envu, that's been a wonderful sponsor for us this year at the 2023 GCSAA Conference and Show. We'll be back with another segment in a moment. Thanks for joining us.
baths are new. They wanted to make like a practice facility or whatever, and then this was just a flat piece of ground or whatever, and they turned it into this beautiful baths course. This is a 10-hole par 3 course, and then it also has the putting course, which is just over 2 acres of a putting green. So you play 1 through 9, and then the 10th hole, actually you shoot back into the putting course. In my opinion, I consider this like a mini Whistling Straits almost. You know, has a lot of features like Whistling Straits to it and all that, but still has the Black Wolf kind of feel. The architect was Chris Lutzke and Herb Kohler. He helped design number 8 out here. And then Chris Lutzke was the guy that did all the shaping. I helped plant all the grass you see today. With a lot of help from a lot of different crew members came out and helped. Turf we have out here from the tees, the approaches to the greens, it's all pure select, cut at different heights. It's been a great grass. It's especially on the tees. I'm definitely amazed at how well the divot recovery is and how the grass really takes over those divots and fills in extremely quick. I was really impressed with that. It's new to us or whatever, but it seems to be a really good grass. It grows in, it's aggressive, it has a good color to it. It's really nice and green and all that, and really dense and thick. On the greens, it's been really nice too. I'm actually surprised with, you know, being a par 3 course, there's a lot of ball marks and all that, and the ball mark recovery has been like outstanding too on that. Growing went well. Besides, we had a couple of little hiccups where we'd have, you know, some downpours where we were thinking we were only going to get a 1/4 inch of rain, and it turned out to be 1.5 inches of rain and a downpour. So we had some washouts, you know, planted it back again and kept moving on and kept going, and it was impressive too how quick, you know, this grass can, you know, fill in. Once it started, and I did see a little bit of the plans, you know, once it was coming closer to being done, you know, and all that, how it changes and how it evolved. Like I said, this was just a flat piece of ground, and how all this, they could put in 27 acres, and how they could fit 10 holes of golf and a big putting course into this little area and make it as unique as it is. It's amazing.
Visit Tee to Green at their booth at the GCSAA Conference and Tradeshow to find out more about the finest bent grasses in the world. Like Pure Distinction, not only is it known for its aggressive high-density growth, it's also proven to have excellent disease resistance and recovers from damage quick. When you need excellent wear tolerance for your greens, tees, and fairways, Pure Select sets the standard for hardy growth that's highly dense and highly disease resistant. And for shady areas, Crystal Blue Links, unique blue color, excellent growth habit, and outstanding disease resistance and heat tolerance makes it a staple for shadier greens, tees, and fairways. And stop by Tee to Green's booth to learn more about our latest varieties, PC 2.0 and Prestige.
Welcome to the GCSAA TV live stage here at the 2023 GCSAA Conference and Show here at 2023. We're in Orlando, Florida, and this whole thing is brought to you by our partners at Envu. We're really grateful to Envu for sponsoring the live stage this year, where we get to highlight achievements like we're going to do now, innovations like we've already talked about, maybe just a few laughs, and hopefully learn a little bit about what's going on a very exciting trade show floor here in Orlando. We've been doing this a little bit, and I'm really fortunate to be joined by Mark Williams, the winner of the MVT, Most Valuable Technician Award, offered by Foley, and Paul Rocker is here, the president and CEO of Foley Company, and the superintendent, Mark Williams, who nominated, Jacob Rockhold, who nominated Mark Williams for the MVT award. Now listen, I just stumbled completely through that. But we've been through this before. You've been doing this for about 12 years.
Yep.
Let's start with, why is it so important to Foley to keep doing this? This is really, I know why it's important. I want to hear corporate-wise why it's important for you guys, Paul.
Well, we really, for us, it's all about the technicians. They're really, if you look at the heart of any course, the day-to-day, the long-term planning, the hard work that comes into play, it's all about the shop. And these technicians are the ones that carry that load, and it's part of, our mission at Foley is to try to bring in new tools and new solutions to help the technicians continually manage a huge workload, worker shortage, and anything we can do to help that industry and support it is good for everybody. And
highlighting it, listen, most golf course superintendents generally don't need to be told who the most important person on that golf course after them is, and it's rarely their assistant. It typically is their equipment manager. No offense, assistants, right? But honestly, I think if you ask the superintendent, they would probably choose the equipment manager almost over anybody else in that operation because of what you said, how much we rely on them to use those tools that bring the golf course to life, that bring that playability to life. Now, before we get to this wonderful achievement and the superintendent and equipment technician involved in there, let's talk a little bit about Foley. You guys have done some business changes, taken on Air 2G, maybe a brand campaign. Let's talk a little bit about how Foley's changing.
Yeah, so Foley, especially the last 4 to 5 years, we're really looking at, the platform we've been is grinding equipment sharpening.
Yeah,
We've now expanded into other areas. We did the acquisition of Air 2G2, which gets into the decompaction and the injection of the air into the soil. There's a lot of benefits to that. So that's a new cutting edge application. We've gotten into changing around into the mobile lift and workstation, which is another shop tool,
right,
for them to be able to use. And then this year we changed the green color that's been there for many, many years. And we now have a new gunmetal gray color that is across, and we've harmonized our entire portfolio. So all of our Air 2G2, everything we have is now harmonized with the new color brand. And that was very important to us, because as we continue to expand, we want to continue to drive that message and keep our brand out there. I mean, the company's been around for many, many years. So.
And like we were laughing about backstage, the color of the metal matters in this industry.
It does.
And so the branding of that metal matters. And I will say, Foley over the years has done a great job. I actually, when you said Foley green, I saw a grinder in my head, and it in fact was green. So that's a big shift for the company. Now, again, doing it for 12 years, this award is a way of highlighting those people, but you need somebody to step up, because the equipment manager might not do it themselves. You need somebody to step up and nominate. So Jacob, you nominated your equipment manager from the Nicholas Golf Club in Lionsgate in Kansas City, where everyone's rooting for the Eagles this week, right? Where everybody's rooting for the Eagles. Oh, no. Not the Eagles? Okay.
Nope.
Sorry about that. I got you off guard. So, we talked about how everybody recognizes this importance, Jacob. What made you think about nominating Mark, and the kinds of things you felt were important to highlight that Mark's been doing for you? We're going to embarrass the heck out of him in a second here.
I'm wanting to hear
this. Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, we talk all the time. Our communication's really good. We got to talking about how he hit year 35, and it just seems like a milestone to me. And as a young superintendent, I really look up to him, and came across an email from Foley to nominate the technician, and it really only took about 30 minutes to kind of get through it. And I just wanted to try to get Mark this as a pinnacle, achievement of his career, and it means a lot to me, and I hope it means a lot to him.
It absolutely does.
It's really a great. That's such a well put thing, and also that it was easy, right? 30 minutes, right, for somebody to spend at this same place for 35 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
In
Industry for 35 years.
Mark makes it so easy. His resume after 35 years is so long and distinguished, so it really doesn't take too long to type it up.
Okay, so just one more moment of embarrassing him. Long time, wanted to highlight him, and certainly doing good work. What are the things you notice, right? Being a young superintendent, looking up to him, there's obviously things you notice and say, wow, that's the things I admire. What are some of those things you noticed that you wrote in your nomination?
Yeah, it just stands out. Mark isn't afraid to jump in. So some technicians like to stay in the shop, and Mark's not one of those guys. So I get there in the morning, and sometimes he's already out checking on some mowers that are already out on the course. So he's not afraid to let me know that he wants to mow greens today or jump on a fairway mower to kind of get a head start. So it just really helps out a superintendent when you can rely on him and not have to worry. Is he going to growl a little bit if I need him to hop on a T-mower?
Well, listen. Would we really have equipment managers if we didn't growl a little bit, Mark? We all got to growl a little bit. Everybody growls.
It's part of the job.
It's part of the job. I was going to say, I personally have been growled at by equipment managers in the golf courses I worked on. So congratulations, Mark. It's got to be nice to be recognized like this. And 35 years is not, I wasn't aware of that. Thank you for bringing that up. This isn't an easy business to stick around 10 years in. 20 years in, 35 years. Let's talk a little bit about how you got here. What was some of you didn't start at Lionsgate. Where'd you start?
I actually started in Las Vegas. That's where I was born and raised. Moved to Kansas City in '94, and I've had a few different jobs here, but it's all been in the golf industry.
Right. Okay, good. So what is it you like working around a shop? What makes it really great to be an equipment manager? Because you're not coming in every day with the jumping in attitude if you're mailing it in every day, right? So you're excited about it every day. What keeps you excited about it?
I think what I like most is taking something that's broke and making it usable again.
Okay. So that means Jacob and everybody just are not very good with equipment? You're always fixing things? No.
Well, no. Well, once it is fixed, it's good to go.
Right. So what I've learned about good equipment management is also you got to have parts around, you got to be organized. Good shops are generally tidy, so you're not tripping over things, right? I'm imagining it's not just the work you do, but you try to set the culture, because people, you're working on something, out it goes. The next time you see it, comes back. Who knows what kind of shape? Because, it's a rough and tumble world out there, as kind as people can be. How do you feel like you've been able to, in Lionsgate, create a little bit of a culture that actually helps you a little bit? Other than growling at them, right? We're talking about growling at them.
Well, your operators, they don't always tell you when something's wrong. So I like getting out on the course and watching everything in operation.
Right.
So I may see something that needs some attention.
So when you're sort of managing your day around the, get out, see things, you're also cooking up preventative maintenance in your mind, right?
Yes.
And of course, working with Foley on the grinding end, that's got to be a really important part of preventative maintenance. He wants a good cut. Everybody wants a good cut. Obviously, getting out there, using the machine, seeing how it operates is really important. But talk a little bit about how is preventative maintenance actually your highest priority?
It is very high. The more preventative you have, then less downtime.
Right, and so if you're anticipating these problems, right, you're not having to spend a lot of time taking something broke and fixing it, right?
Yes,
I'm assuming there's a good lease package at the Nicholas Golf Club, right? That you're getting some new equipment, and we're not using equipment from the 70s still, right?
Yeah.
So how about that? How has equipment changed? How's your job changed in all the years you've been doing it?
Well, technology has come a long ways. With like the info centers on stuff, it helps problem solve. So on that end, technology's great.
Is that made it harder for some people that just wanted to turn a wrench and didn't want to do technology? You obviously being around a while, it wasn't technology. Everything was a wrench. Now it's electrical, right? You got computers on there. These are not simple things, right? I mean, even when you step up to their grinders, you got to sort of know what you're doing to be able to manage it. Were you a little bit afraid at first of the technology, or was it to jump right in and learn it?
No, jump right in.
Jump right in and learn it. No concerns about sort of, will I know this? How will I do it? Be at this?
Well, I've had good training in my past. Toro and Jacobson both.
Okay, so that's a key. Would you say it's important for equipment managers to keep availing themselves of that training?
Absolutely.
Do you do routine? Have you been doing routine training over the years?
I wouldn't say it was routine, but I firmly believe on passing the knowledge on. Bringing people up from, the young.
So it's really good to highlight, especially someone's been around a while, Paul, and has been adapting. Right? Equipment's changed, cultures have changed, workforces have changed, superintendents have changed. Right? Foley is trying to adapt with those times, right? So what are some of the things you're doing to help these guys get their jobs better? Additions to the grinding technology, obviously the Air 2 G2 technology, that innovation that you're trying to bring to them, it's got to be to help make their jobs a little bit easier.
It is about, you really want to help from a resource standpoint, because the resources are tough and they have a lot of work to do. What we look to do is simplify the user experience. And even with the grinders, we have touchscreens. Air 2 G2, we put a touchscreen on that to help simplify that as well. But really, the key to the training and the continual evolution of things is our sales team will come in and help and work with anybody. So our people will come in and do training sessions. We actually at Foley, when we built our new facility 2 years ago, we put in a huge training center. So we are taking a lot of the new technicians and we bring them up for training sessions. And they'll come for 3 or 4 days. So we'll really get them into the nuts and bolts. And then they can work with somebody like Mark and our sales group, and they can kind of polish up those skills as they get more into it. And you just have to keep interacting. And there's not any MVT that's been up here, not one of them will tell you they're afraid to get after it.
No, and it's really interesting because really the superintendent, as you're saying, Jacob, you rely on Mark to sort of make sure everything's working, but you also want to make sure he's got all the tools that he needs to do the job. That's your own responsibility as well. I imagine you feel that sense of responsibility to support him. Is it tricky at times, right, to get that money to do those things?
For sure. With the availability of parts and stuff like that, it just takes a lot of communication, a lot of thinking ahead. And Mark's really good about, breaking down the equipment. As a superintendent, I'm really good at taking stuff apart, and I can't put it back together.
There's always a couple of parts left over, right, when you go put it back
together. It's amazing. But, he breaks everything down so well and, finds bushings and stuff that are on their way out and really fixes the things before they even go wrong. So it's nice to just be able to trust him, and he does a great job.
So, Mark, it's been a good career.
Yes.
You're not done.
No.
Hopefully this isn't, okay, now we give him the award, boom, there you go. We want him, and he's crossing his fingers hoping you stay. But you're seeing young guys, you're seeing an excitement about the equipment managers maybe you haven't seen in your career at these shows, the highlighting, we've got the Melrose program, right, that the GCSAA is invested in, the Certified Turfgrass Equipment Manager program. We're seeing a real buzz recognition of this. This got to feel good. When you look back at your career, would have been nice to have this even when you were younger, huh?
This is great. I'm so humbled with this whole experience.
Yeah. And also all the things that are available to people coming up behind you. It's really been recognized as a key part of this business that maybe it hasn't in the past.
Yeah, all about passing on the knowledge.
Yeah. So listen, as we wrap up, congratulations to you again, Mark, Jacob. Big congratulations to you for nominating. Really appreciate it. It's really nice when you hear a superintendent say, I'm looking up to him rather than I'm afraid of him.
Yeah, Mark's attitude and demeanor is one of his best attributes, and he's just great to work with.
And communicating is really critical, right? And having that routine communication. And Paul, thanks so much for continuing up this award, 12 years and going. I think it is good to highlight this thing. We were doing it when maybe nobody was thinking about it all these years ago, right? And I'll say, as a person who's used a Foley grinder myself and occasionally been behind an Air 2 G2, looking forward to it being, what did you call it? Gun magnet metal?
It was gunmetal gray.
Gunmetal gray, and there we go. I'm Frank Rossi. We're with Foley. I'm with my folks at Foley. The Most Valuable Technician of the Year and the Golf Course Superintendent at the Nicholas Golf Club in Lionsgate. I'm Frank Grassi. I'm on the GCSAA live stage here at a very exciting, all of a sudden, a big crowd because the dogs are here. Brought to you by Envu. We'll be back with a few segments in a moment. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Does. Now, it's time to show it. Give something more than a thumbs up and nominate them for the 14th Annual Golf Course Management Most Valuable Technician Award, sponsored by Foley Company. The winner will be honored in a featured article on GCM, in a guest segment on the GCSAA TV live stage, and will also receive a complimentary trip to the GCSAA Conference and Tradeshow for himself and his nominating superintendent. Plus, it all comes with a $2,500 check. For more information, go to gcsaa.org or gcmonline.com.
Wayzata Country Club was built in 1956. It was a Robert Bruce Harris design. It's an 18-hole private facility with a very large practice facility, including a 6-hole short course. We keep an overabundance of reels on the shelf, so we can always swap them out because it's that important to me to always have sharp reels going out the door on a day-to-day basis. Whether we're having to swap those reels out or it's just a matter of taking them off and running them through the grinder and getting them back out. I think that's one of the best things about the newer grinders from Foley is how quickly we're able to get those reels put through the grinders and get them back out sharp.
The greatest thing about Foley is that they've made it where I can set the machine, I can walk away, I can do a service on a piece of equipment. When I get back to it, it's done, I know it, and we can keep going. I don't have to constantly watch it. I don't have to worry about a mishap on a reel, which wrecks a reel. It's simply set it, forget it, come back to it when the blue light goes off, and you're good to go. Makes my job easier because I know when that reel touches the turf that it's parallel and we're not going to have scalp issues on my side. We might have issues on the turf side, but from my side, it's all ready to go. There is no question if it's parallel, if it's true, you know that everything you've done is correct. So the biggest upgrade that on the bed knife grinder is one is that you got your automatic infeed, which is a huge help. Just like the reel grinder, it's kind of the operation of you can set it and walk away. The nice part about the Foley system is that, again, it takes out the guesswork. So your angles are a single set. You do your full set of reels, you don't have to worry about it. It's set it and forget it.
It's been a long-standing relationship using both the reel and bed knife grinders here. And that relationship has obviously continued to grow since Foley has acquired the Air 2 G2 machine that we use now regularly on our greens here. We use it on greens and collars. We try and put it out weekly if we can. Our objective is to try and get through 12 to 13 holes on a Monday when we have less play in the morning, and then finish up the remaining 6 or 7 holes on Tuesday morning and make our way over to the 6 greens on the short course. You know, I think that's one of the things I like the most about the piece of equipment as well is the flexibility. We can tighten the spacing and really do a thorough job on a green, or we can spread things out and try and get more volume done and just get it done on a more frequent basis. I'd like to start using it more on tees. And potentially even some fairway areas where we have some tighter soils that could, I think, stand to have some additional fracturing, some new pore space opened up for improved rooting. I don't know that I feel like the Air 2 G2 is ever going to be a true replacement for aeration, but to me it's one of the best supplements you can have to minimize the more impactful practices that we've done in the past. Communication is key, and I couldn't ask for a better equipment manager than in Weston. He is fully engaged in our operation regardless of what it takes. Doesn't matter if I am going to throw down some top dressing on a Wednesday on the fly. He's an equipment manager who's willing to take that on and deal with some dull reels or sharpening things up in a hurry for me.
Communication is almost 80% of our business. So if we can make sure that we're all on the same page and having that communication, then taking the guesswork out of it. Yep, it's a great operation.
Welcome back to the GCSAA TV live stage, brought to you by my partners at Envu. They are sponsoring the stage, and we've been having a lovely time on the stage talking about achievements. We had the most valuable technician, innovations, and a couple of laughs here and there as I fumbled through names, and fortunately I know at least two of the three of you. I'm here with my Envu partners. Jesse Benelli, I want to get the titles right. Dr. Jesse Benelli, Green Solutions Team Leader. Mark Brotherton,
right.
The Product Manager for Envu. I saw the marketing thing, so that was now I know Product Manager. And Dr. James Hempfling, the Solutions Development Manager. And obviously, we got purple shirts. We got a new name. We want to hear about what's going on with this new company, Envu, Jesse, and you have been delegated to sort of give us the 411 on what's going on with Envu.
It's been great. Envu has been here all week. We love supporting the GCSAA Conference and Tradeshow. It's fantastic. Looking out in this audience, being able to reconnect with all of our friends and industry partners. It's just been fantastic. And as you know, we're a new company. This is our first show as Envu, but yet we have the legacy and experience of a global leader while still having a very aggressive mindset on innovation. So it's been great. As a new company, it allows us to be more agile. It allows us to form new partnerships. It allows us to keep the ball rolling. We're very excited on what we think we can do in the near and long-term future, and having a forum like GCSAA in this conference is definitely something that we're all looking forward to. We still have all of the same products that you guys know and love, and I can tell you we're going to have a very aggressive mindset on innovation, and that is absolutely going to continue in 2023.
Jesse, it's so great to hear that, especially your ability to be a little agile, right? This new branding, the new ideas that you've got, focus on innovation. We're really glad, as we were talking about just a minute ago, being part of the industry. We like having that competition among the companies. We see what happens when we lack that competition sometimes. So thanks for pushing the innovation, because it also makes everybody else better.
Absolutely.
If you're doing it, it's pushing other people. So now, Mark, let's talk a little bit about some of the products, this healthy root solution idea you guys are coming to the marketplace with. Let's talk a little bit and get everybody interested in at least understanding what we're talking about with some new products.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Thanks, Frank. And yeah, well, as a new company, we are also very excited to launch our first new product to the golf industry as Envu called Resilia. And so backing up a little bit about that, you know, it came from a lot of the hard work that Jesse and James and the team have done, you know, going back and listening to our superintendent customers and really understanding their need, you know, some of the gaps that they have with the technologies and products available to help solve some of their everyday problems. So, so with that came a real unmet need for solving healthy root systems. And so, you know, knowing that the turf system is always attacked by diseases like Pythium or spring dead spot or take-all patch, etc., that complex of diseases, in addition to attack by nematodes, you know, makes it a very difficult complex to manage and provide those healthy roots for your turf to flourish. So, you know, with that, we've introduced Resilia, which is really the all-encompassing product that's controlling those for the superintendents. You know, furthermore, it takes the guesswork out of identifying which particular disease might be, you know, the most prominent or the most damaging, and it will, you know, control the entire complex, giving superintendents the assurance that their turf is protected throughout the root system.
So a broad spectrum fungicide for the soil, broad spectrum control on soil-borne pathogens. Resilia is the name. Yes, that's the name. Did I get
correct,
it right?
yes.
Okay, James. So, what's this? What is this Resilia? How is Envu approaching not only bringing this to the marketplace, but It's complex down there. You got to get the fungicide where it's going to be. I'm assuming it still only moves up in the plant, so you got to get it down. Let's talk. I mean, this is a challenging task to take on as a new company. I think foliar pathogens are going to be a little bit easier than root pathogens because you can see them, right? These things are there. We build roots. That could also mean you're going to get more infected roots. Let's talk a little bit about the way you're approaching this, James.
Yeah, you nailed it, Frank. We kind of chose a tough battle.
Yeah, you did.
Picking a battle against root diseases.
Yeah.
But we've succeeded. What Resilia does, it's an optimized formulation of 3 active ingredients to target all the major soil-borne diseases and suppress nematodes for up to 28 days.
Okay.
And it's really unique. I mean, there's literally no other product that can tackle this complex.
Okay.
We know that the antagonism with nematodes and root diseases, that can combine forces to do some real harm to turf roots.
So you got 3 molecules in this product. It's a pre-mixed formulation. You want to tell me which ones? Can we talk about what they are?
Frank, I'm a big fan of letting things sizzle. I mean, these guys can chime in, but I can err on the side of being coy.
Okay.
But that's the way I operate.
Okay. So 3 active ingredients that give you and it's registered in all 50 states, ready to go.
Yeah, it's EPA registered, ready to go. You'll see it later this year.
Okay, later this year.
Yeah.
Which means you've been testing it for a bit. So let's hear about how you came about bringing this to the marketplace. Because I know and you guys know from academics, you got to grind through the process of determining if it's going to be effective.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we picked a tough battle against root diseases, but we did a really nice job executing on trial work over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Where we did trials all across the U.S., dozens and dozens of trials, of course, with university experts, private cooperators, and so it's a product that's definitely backed by university research, endorsed by those experts, and it also, in addition to great control of diseases and nematodes, we see excellent turf safety, which is also a concern. Ultra-dwarf Bermuda greens, right? And you're using these multiple modes of action. Resilia has excellent turf safety, so you can use it with full confidence, not only the control of these targets, but also safety for your turf. And of course, Frank, our booth is right here.
Right.
1561.
There you go.
We welcome everybody to come join us. We'd love to share more about
We've
Resilia.
got a lot of information. Please do stop by.
All right. So listen, we're not done here being interrogated. You're not done being interrogated yet, right? We got a little more to go. You can play coy if you want.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have a talk about that unique aspect of bringing the nematode control in, right? I'm a northern, lifelong cool season grass person. I pay attention to what goes on south, and had a lovely chat with Billy Crow not long ago. And I'm getting smarter about nematodes. I was a little sarcastic out of the gate that all of a sudden we had 2 new nematicides and there was a plethora of nematode problems in the north I never knew existed. But I will say there is this underlying challenge that you face in the root zone where sublethal effects
They're
can
always
set you
present.
up.
They're always present.
Okay.
100%.
So they're there. That had to be one more bridge, right? Okay, it's one thing you want to take all. Pythium, as we know, is not fungi, because I'm with a couple of pathologists who are going to correct me on this.
Oh, yeah.
So you had to get a sort of a Pythium-based one. You have Magnaporthy, and now you're talking nematodes. So this, I guess I'm wondering, did you just guys throw stuff against the wall and say, let's try to do this all? Because it actually seems like a pretty big nut to crack, so to speak.
I mean, we're dealing with multiple divisions of various kingdoms.
That's right. That's exactly right.
The fungi kingdom, the Animalia kingdom.
Yeah, with nematodes.
I mean,
the nematodes are in animals, yeah.
They're so different from one another, but you can bring them together in the sense that, yes, they're different. What do they have in common is they're all attacking the same plant structure, the root system. And I give a lot of credit. We were talking about all the research James and the Field Solutions team has done. These aren't easy diseases to work with. And thank you to all the researchers who've put in all the time to do this. I understand it can get messy when root samples are involved. It's a lot of work, and they get a lot of credit for this as well.
Okay, James, One of the challenges Jim Kearns' lab has identified, and I think they've been poking around at this, especially that take-all root rot and Pythium root rot, when they have a positive sample in the NC State lab, makes up, did you say 2/3 of all the samples? Or root?
I think the exact number is 68%.
There you go.
Of
So that's
all the positive hits on putting greens are root-affecting diseases.
Okay, root-affecting diseases.
And pathogens.
So, Pythium root rot, generally I would associate it with maybe not a well-drained condition. The rain in a lot of excessive rainfall, organic matter buildup, exacerbating that problem. Take-all root rot, one of the challenges I think Jim's identified is getting the material down to the root zone. And it's very clear from his work, water is not, we're not putting on enough water. You want to talk for a minute, James, about as you launch this product, what are the key things you're going to start telling superintendents about the best way to use it moving forward?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, this is a very easy product to use, right? Single use rate.
Single use rate.
Clear intervals. And what you'll also see in those use directions, water to the depth of the target pest. And Jim's work clearly shows the importance of that. Of course, the sooner the better for watering products in. But yeah, I mean, that's the clear message. These Resilia, for example, and other root products need to be watered in to the depth of the target pest.
Yes?
Yeah, and as mentioned before, it's up to 28 days of control, but it's easy just to look at one thing by itself. Where I think golf course superintendents are going to get the biggest bang for their buck is if they combine Resilia, which is its strength is going to be enhancing that root zone, making them healthier. You put that in tandem with stress guard technology, incorporating Signature Extra on top. And what all this shows is that we listen. We designed Resilia based on what we heard was happening in the field. Same thing with stress guard. Superintendents have long known some of these benefits. It encouraged us to do some research. And what we found is stress guard really helps enhance photosynthetic efficiency. You get a healthier plant. You pair that with Resilia, and a lot of good things will happen.
I'm sort of curious about, well, you're not applying them at the same time, right? Stress guard is a surface app, and then the other one is a...
Different applications.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So, again, back to the nematode thing. I'm a golf course superintendent. I just took a sample. I'm not sure about my nematodes. Would you tell me this might be better than going with a straight nematicide? Tell me how you're going to position it. You're nodding, so let me go, James. Whoever wants to talk about it, I'm kind of curious because, there have been a couple that have gotten popular over the last few years. You're coming to the market with something that is +1 or +2, right? It's the nematicide plus more. Tell me how you'd make that decision.
Well, information is very important. What I would do is, as soon as possible, get a root sample. And how we think of this product, if you submit a sample and your root knot counts are through the roof, use a heavy hitter. Use Indemnify at a high rate. On the flip side, if we were to change the subject to, say, summer patch, you had a bad summer patch epidemic, it's all over, multiple greens, that's when you would want to use the high rate of a product like Densicor to get that knocked down, and then 14 days later, shifting to a product like Resilia, I think a lot of good things would happen when it goes like that.
So, and we're talking warm and cool season grasses, right? We don't care where they are. Now, when I think of Pythium root rot, I think of wet, soggy conditions. There's ideal times to treat with that, and we've got fungicides that control those things. I think of preventative take-all. I think maybe a fall application during infection period. How do I use this product that does all these things when I can have one product to do one thing? Tell me, especially on timing-wise, how I'm going to fit this into my program. It may do more than I want. I'm wondering, do I need it, or can I just go with the one target? Back to that.
If you like efficiency and you like two birds, one stone, and
I would be careful about talking about birds. They might take offense.
I know. That's a good one.
Feed two birds with one scone. is an
two
alternate
birds.
phrase.
Feed 2 birds.
I like how James
There you go.
put that.
Feed them.
Monitor soil temperatures because there's opportunities where you can get a little bit of synergy. Let's just play it out. In the spring, soil temperatures hitting 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Any Canadian attendees, it's about 12 degrees Celsius. That's a great opportunity to initiate your Pythium root rot program, initiate your ferrieting program, and start to suppress some of those nematodes. Watering in an application like Resilia covers those bases.
Okay.
Do that in the spring, once in the summer when things just get hot and nasty, and then again in the fall as soil temperatures are starting to come back down, which we know is when a lot of times nematode populations tend to creep back up.
That's really well said. I guess I'm also thinking about your own products that this product will compete with, right? When you put this together, you don't want to create something that cannibalizes some of your other products. You did a good job of saying how you can partner with the nematicide stuff, partner with the stress guard stuff. So I'm assuming you see a niche for this at the most stressful times. I mean, when you think it's coming, it's always preventative with these issues, right? I think
that's when the best use.
It's the best use.
Yes. Yep.
Did we make any advances in solubility to get it down there better? I'm asking offline here.
I'll say our formulations team isn't here, but
yeah,
go ahead.
we have a best-in-class formulation team.
Okay.
So that goes without saying that this formulation has been optimized for the targets.
Because I noticed you said that. When you said optimized, is that part of what optimized means? Optimizing this formulation of these active ingredients, making sure it can get to the target?
Yeah, well,
Go ahead.
That's part of it, is optimizing the formulation and how those individual active ingredients work together. But it's also a lot of work has gone into finding the right ratios and the right complements of each of those individual active ingredients together to maximize, the patch disease control, the Pythium control, and then the nematicide suppression. So it's a combination of the formulation, and it's a combination of the hard work that the scientists and team have done to find that perfect solution.
So you guys now have something that maybe really changes the game for you a little bit with a whole bunch of standard products that you've made part of the Envu portfolio, right? As the new business has been formed, you've got these products that have been around for a while. Now you've got this new product. In the field, you said you were listening to the superintendents, Jess. In the field, how is your team going to think about positioning this, right? You've got other competitors here that, we got this and we got that. When those sales folks are out in the field, try to, sitting with that superintendent, all the things we said are really good. They know the problems they got. How do you sort of pitch this to them? It's optimized. And the guy, what does that mean, optimized? Am I going to worry about this as much? Tell me how you're positioning this.
There's a lot to think about. One, it's hard to, when we think of designing protocols, what is a competitive product? Mm-hmm. That conversation becomes very difficult when you're essentially creating a new category of materials.
Right.
And that's where Resilia sits. No other product can do all of these things that we're saying that it can do. And I think it's a great addition to whatever a superintendent is doing.
Let's get to everybody, the word nobody likes to chat about, resistance management. Is this, we're not talking about the actives, right? So will this be a component of resistance management? Obviously, we know pathogens can become resistant. If it works really good, that makes it even more vulnerable to managing resistance. How's that part of the launch when you guys are dealing with this resistance management? Who wants that?
Well, we design a lot of programs. We design agronomic documents. Beyond that, I like doing that. What I like a lot more is when a superintendent reaches out to me and I can look at his property, talk to him. What products does he like? Is he having success with this? And then where can we fit this in? And if we're talking about a season-long program, and this is someone who covers the Southeast region, they don't make 5 applications of fungicides in the South on their greens. They're making upwards of 25, 30. That's just a reality of it. there will be opportunities to rotate modes of action, so it's not just going to be Resilia all the way through. We're going to put them in a spot where Resilia can exceed, and then in between those applications, we're going to put something else that does it a little differently to be forward thinking on resistance, because as you said, it is important to think about.
Yeah. Now, the stress guard technology that you're making a part of, I mean, it's part of the Envu portfolio, right? And really sort of pioneered the whole idea of copper-based pigments, right? Used in turf. But it's a foliar operation, right? Do you see superintendents keeping on the stress guard program and incorporating this just for the root problems? Or do you say, well, if I got this, I don't have to use the stress guard program?
No, the way Resilia was designed and how we integrate it in a program approach, they are very complementary of each other. So continue on the stress guard portfolio of fungicides, however they may be used in your program. But in addition, with Resilia, it's really targeting the roots and the health of the overall roots with that product versus the photosynthetic benefits that you get from stress guard.
From stress guard, right. So James, root stuff. Let's talk about getting this thing down there, giving it the protection. It only moves up, so it's got to get deep, right? It's been optimized, so it's obviously going to get there. I'm wondering about a lot of these soil situations we put it in are not ideal, right? The work that John Inguagiato's done with aerification and summer patch and take-all patch, summer patch and Kentucky bluegrass, the timing of those things, the use of manganese and copper sulfate in those environments, Pythium root rot, it's a soaked root zone, right? How do you use a product like this when you know you've got a crappy soil and you know you're going to try to protect something? What's your message as a researcher when you're setting up protocols and working with the researchers? You honestly don't want ideal conditions.
Well, I mean, you know me, Frank. I've spent the majority of my life as a scientist creating best management practices.
That's right.
And the strength of your chemical program is only as strong as the weakest link of your cultural management program.
That's it.
So, while Resilia is an amazing product, if you have fundamental issues in your soil, those must be addressed.
Okay.
There's a disease triangle,
That's
right?
right.
And
That's
if that environmental corner of the disease triangle is so biased or weighed so heavily to favor the pathogen and not the plant, that needs to be addressed.
Anybody who spends any time about turf, if you have a shorter, less robust root system and it gets infected, your margin for failure is smaller. Yep. So maximizing that root system is the first line of defense. I mean, obviously, we want people to investigate and use Resilia. What I don't want them to do is become reliant on it.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
It's a tool in the toolbox, but you got a crappy root zone, and you're thinking you got chronic Pythium root rot problems. My first thought is, well, maybe we should get some better drainage in this root zone, right? So this has to be part of the messaging. Yeah, this is going to help you. And in fact, we know many grasses can tolerate some nematode feeding, if there's a robust root system. So I want to make sure, I guess I want to check, you are promoting best management practices for having a really good root zone. And because Pythium root rot, I'm starting to see people say, well, you should get down preventative in the Northeast in March. I'm like, wait, March? Am I going to get Pythium root rot that early in the season?
I mean, unfortunately, the research does indicate that you got to get it early in terms of chemical control.
Okay.
I mean, it's a very interesting conversation because absolutely, cultural management is a key part of managing turf.
Yeah.
When you see Resilia work the hardest and show the greatest benefits, it's probably in these situations, though, Frank.
That are crappy.
That are crappy.
That's right.
So an agronomic program, cultural management programs are a long-term thing. You're not going to solve it by aerifying once. You're not going to solve it by applying sand top dressing a couple times.
Yeah.
And so in the meantime, and from thereafter, you got to have a strong chemical program. You can't only rely on cultural management, and you need to do it preventatively. You talk to any seasoned turf pathologist. Talk to Bruce Clark.
Yeah.
I'm not speaking on their behalf, but I know from experience. Ask Rick Lattin. A preventative program is center to a successful program.
After the best management practices.
That's number one.
Number one.
It's similar to managing farriering. If you look at some of the work that how we describe in our fast facts and our agronomic documents, if you get a bad farriering, spraying a fungicide is just one component.
That's right.
I mean, in that situation, you're able to affect the fungi, but your soil is all messed up. It really takes work on the superintendent to fix some of those other issues. Yes, we can help. Yes, a product like Resilia could be a major help to that, but you have to put in the work to give it a chance to perform very well and give your greens a chance to perform up to their best.
Yeah.
We are done. Oh, go ahead.
No, I said to put it real simply is it eliminates one of the problems and it allows you to focus on the cultural practices like the rest of the team
That's
mentioned.
right.
It really just, in a simplest form, not having to worry about if it's, take all root rot or if it's a pythium or if it's nematode damage. What it does is it's kind of a catch-all, if you will, if you want to use that term, that eliminates a pathogenic negative impact to your root system.
From the equation.
From the equation, that's right. It takes a variable out of the equation to allow you to focus on those cultural practices that really allow the roots to grow and thrive in their natural environment.
We are done performing. I want to thank you guys all again and Envu for sponsoring the GCSAA TV live stage here at the 2023 conference and show. You guys prepared a short video that we'll wrap up with, but as we wrap up with it, I'll thank everybody for paying attention and watching. This is my last segment for today. I'll be back tomorrow, but there's a lot of other exciting things happening on the stage. Even better things when I get off of it, by the way. So we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow on the GCSAA TV live stage, brought to you by our partners at Envu that are right over here at booth number
1561.
1561, and roll the video.
Just inches below the surface of your turf lie some of your greatest enemies: Pythium root rot, fairy ring, pathogenic nematodes, summer patch, and take-all root rot. They all have one thing in common. They're trying to kill your roots, and it's nearly impossible to protect your turf before it's too late. But something is coming that will change everything. A solution that will put you in control of soil-borne pathogens and suppress your harmful nematode populations, giving you the confidence your roots will be protected so they can reach their full potential. Introducing Resilia, a first of its kind, all-in-one solution that will make your turf and the roots underneath it stronger than ever. It's breaking ground on a whole new category for root health. Nothing works harder from the ground up.
Well, this isn't the cleanest cart you've probably ever seen, but a little bit about what we have on here. So, got my coffee mug. Got to have at least 1 cup of coffee every day to get me going. Most importantly on here, I want to point out this Mizzou sticker on here. I've got to represent working in Overland Park, Kansas. Got to have a stimp meter on here. Stimp meter. Wouldn't say that I use it enough as far as what the golfers would like me to use, but you got to have it on there so they know that you know what you're talking about. We get to the good stuff back here in the back of the cart. You got to have a core tool to check roots, stuff like that. As a superintendent, your hose is important. We're hand watering a lot in the summertime, especially here in the transition zone. A bunch of other irrigation parts and tools here to fix sprinkler heads and stuff like that. We got a can of paint. I've got a 58-degree wedge in here to practice with. Also a putter, just so I know. Don't always use a stimp meter, but might take a couple golf balls with me and putt in the mornings just to kind of give a good test on where we're at for the day. My brother's actually in the Air Force National Guard, and he's actually deployed in Germany right now. So I kind of carry that around with me every day, just to keep him in my mind and pray that he's doing all right over there. And that's what's in my cart.
If you're a serious golfer, you've thought about what would I do in my backyard. Like, I'd love to have a place where I can hit wedge shots or have a synthetic putting green or whatever that is.
Ben's just passion for golf is kind of contagious. And if it's a good idea, I'm all in.
We are at Bruff Creek National. It is a 7-hole par 3 golf course in Kansas City, Kansas. We've come here from a long road, but this place has been built by hands. There's a group of 4 of us that work on this place and have since it was frankly a forest. Like right now, we would have been standing under trees.
Yeah, we had no idea where to start. Like, it was quite literally walking into a forest and cleaning all the underbrush and everything else.
So the initial golf course architecture was just this second hole that we have right here. I was just going around having fun, mowing the grass in a certain way, making it look like a golf hole, convincing Zach to dig a bunker out there to help define that green complex a little bit more. And growing that idea, expanding that concept, and then having the backing of an online community was huge.
A lot of it has been influenced by social media.
I found out about Bruff Creek just following social media, just looking at Twitter, looking at golf Instagram, and they came up, and their story was really compelling.
The fact that these professionals are out there and they're willing to help us and willing to give us this knowledge that they have set out to seek in their lives, and it's really cool to think about that. Golf's all about the community and growing the game.
We saw how they were push mowing their greens, and we thought we had a product that could help them both do the job faster, but also generate a better product. And ultimately, their time is really valuable. They're juggling maintaining this facility along with their regular jobs.
Could you imagine coming out here at 6 a.m. and trying to push that manual reel mower and then have the wherewithal to go ahead and host an event right after that? It just didn't make a ton of sense. So Josh at Toro gave us a greens mower, a Toro Greens Master with all the bells and whistles, and that has taken us from a super shaggy, this is fun, this is a novelty, to hey, this is the real deal. You can actually play golf out here and enjoy yourself. We can accomplish that next level of quality out here.
A lot of people helping us from the community, and it's just kind of cool that they all have come together to just work on this project with us. So.
After playing it in person, I'm thoroughly impressed. I'm impressed with the playability of the course. And they were able to carve out something that was really special and fun to play. It was a privilege to get out there, and something like this where you can play fast and have fun with your friends, there's definitely space in golf for something like this.
Welcome back to the GCSAA TV live stage. I'm the host for this segment. My name is Adam Miller, and we are thrilled to have a fantastic panel today to discuss fairway regrassing. But before we do that, I want to get into a really important announcement that we wanted to share with you all today. We are presenting the Green Section Award winner today to you all, and that award is something that's really special to us at the USGA. It recognizes someone who's had a tremendous impact on the game of golf through their work with turf grass. And so to make that announcement, I wanted to provide the stage to Dr. Matt Pringle, who is the Managing Director of the Green Section. So Matt, here you are.
Thank you very much, Adam. This is a real treat for me personally, a real treat for the Green Section, and a real treat for the USGA to announce a no-brainer winner of the 2023 Green Section Awards, Dr. Roch Gossois. You know, Roch is an outstanding researcher, an outstanding extension specialist. He's been a big proponent and researcher of buffalo grass, which I personally believe in deeply. I also understand you may have caused a few fights around the need for hollow core aeration. That's possible, that's what I've heard. Those research contributions, the extension contributions, and the excellence to instruction made Roch such a solid choice for the award. But what made it a no-brainer is, for those of you who know him, and I think you know pretty much everybody, he's such a great guy. And I couldn't be happier and more thrilled to recognize your contributions this year with the Green Section Award.
Thank you, Matt, and I want to thank the USGA. This one is a little bit overwhelming because I play the game poorly. I'm usually looking at grass and wondering what the heck we can do differently or modify, right? So nobody really wants to play with me, and most of the superintendents call me the sod cutter. And that's not a good thing to be called on the golf course. But I've been lucky and blessed to have been funded by the USGA ever since my first real job and all the academic research I did, and it wouldn't have been possible. So for the organization that created the possibilities and allowed me to train students and allowed me to work with amazing colleagues, this is really a truly meaningful opportunity and award for me. So on behalf of my family, all my students, all the colleagues I've worked with, I just want to thank the USGA seriously from the bottom of my heart, because I don't think I've ever been humbled like this ever. So thank you so very, very much.
Okay, we'll get started into our panel discussion topic today, fairway regrassing, can you afford not to do it? And it's a fantastic topic and something that I think there's a lot of interest in, whether it's the rising cost of water, prolonged droughts, disease challenges, or just the pursuit for better playability in fairways. We thought it was a really good opportunity to discuss fairway regrassing, and we've got a fantastic panel. We'll start with Darren Davis. He's a 31-year golf course superintendent at Old Florida Golf Club in Naples, certified golf course superintendent, and past GCSAA president. Next to Darren is Paul Jacobs. He is an agronomist in the USGA Central region, has a long history of working on golf courses throughout the U.S. and has spent 6 or 7 years or so with the USGA visiting golf courses both in the Northeast and in the Central region. And then one more over from there is Brian Whitlark, a man who many people know in the western half of the U.S. He's been on staff for 15 years as an agronomist out there helping golf courses navigate all the challenges associated with growing high-quality turf in desert areas and in parts of the West. And finally, our newest member of the USGA agronomic team is John Rowland. John is he's in the Southeast. He's working very closely with golf courses in Florida. He's got a fantastic background both as a turf manager in industry and as a superintendent, like I said. So really a fantastic panel, and we're looking forward to getting into the discussion. So starting things off, I wanted to really touch on some of the motivating factors that golf courses are looking into when it comes to regrassing. So I felt like, Brian, let's start with you. No question, water, the rising cost of water, the availability challenges of water, water quality challenges, all these things to me, I feel like are on a lot of people's radar. So how are those factors really driving or motivating courses in the West to think about regrassing?
Yeah, water's a huge motivating factor to change to from cool season grass to warm season grass, and whether it's Arizona, Nevada, California, New Mexico, we're seeing 25 to 30% water savings converting from a cool season grass golf course to a warm season grass golf course such as Bermuda grass. So it depends, it's very site specific and regionally specific, but whether it's cost or water availability, those are big motivating factors. For some courses, they're saving $250,000 up to $400,000 a year in water costs, switching from a cool season grass to a warm season grass. So, you know, that's a huge motivating factor for them. In other areas like Southern Nevada, they're going from 6.3 acre feet of water to 4 acre feet of water per acre per year. You can't irrigate cool season grass in Southern Nevada at 4 acre feet of water per year. It's not going to work. It's tough even for Bermuda grass. So for those courses, their hand is forced. They have to go away from cool season grass to warm season grass. So wherever I go, water and turf conversion is pretty much at the top, the most important topic that we discuss.
So we'll switch regions here and go from a water limited region to seems like a very water plentiful region in Florida. And Darren, I want to look right at you here, where you've been at Old Florida for a while. You've just gone through this major renovation, which included fairway regrassing, and you know, we're in Florida where we get, you know, north of 50 inches of rainfall in a given year. So talk to me about how resources factored into some of the decisions that ultimately led to switching to Tiff-Tuff Bermuda grass at your facility.
So the primary motivating factors, you're right, Florida gets 69 inches of rain in southwest Florida annually. We certainly are concerned about water. We don't want to overuse water, but so water wasn't the primary factor for us. It was playability. You know, I've never felt that in South Florida you can ever have 100% purity, but our turf stand on wall to wall was over 22 years old, and it was a hodgepodge. So every year when essentially October 1, somebody turns the spigot off and it stops raining, and all those different varieties would start acting differently, and it would take time to get them back. So I literally remember 12 years ago going to my boss in October and saying, hey, do you want to play on that grass, that grass, that grass? And he's a wonderful stoic individual, and he said, how's it going to look in January? And I said, it's going to look great, boss. We'll get it back. But it was a lot of effort with resources, extra fertility, fungicides, and fairway spots. Something I don't like to admit we do, but to get all those different varieties to match back up to where I had close to a full stand of turf grass. So the motivating factor was quality of turf grass and purity of turf grass.
Okay. So you mentioned sort of the disease standpoint, and Paul, I want to go to you for this one. Your experience in the Northeast all the way through the Central region, where you're visiting courses with 100% cool season, 100% warm season, and everything in between. How does the disease resistance of some of these newer varieties and the cold tolerance of some of these newer varieties factor into people's motivation to regrass?
I think the disease resistance component of some of these new grasses is a really compelling argument for a lot of people to start considering regrassing. You know, I'll never forget whenever I was in the Northeast at field day at Rutgers University with Stacy Bonehouse, who heads up the bentgrass breeding program, and we're walking around looking at untreated bentgrass plots mowed at 1/2 inch. It's the end of August, it's hot, it's humid, we're walking around and completely untreated, and these things look good. I look at Stacy and I say, Stacy, you know, why don't we see more of these grasses on golf courses? And she looks back at me and she's like, well, I don't know, Paul, you tell me, that's your job. I just breed the grasses. But they look darn good. So there's definitely a cost savings there. I'm sure we'll get into that a little bit later, but having the reliability of grasses, saying, you know, I don't need to worry about disease as much, and if you're willing to do it, spray less, save you some money.
Okay. So Darren, you touched on the playability as a big motivating factor, and Brian, I've heard you talk about this a couple times, both on our podcast and in conversations. You know, there is a mindset around the playability of POA and bent in Central California, Northern California, and common Bermuda grass. And I think that's been something you've referred to as, people have called common Bermuda grass sort of devil grass. So when you look at hybrid Bermuda grass and the types of playability that you can deliver from that, like, how much has that really tipped the scale for people to make the decision to regrass?
For the most part, it's been centered around water, so that the playability improvement is kind of icing on the cake. In July through mid-September in Northern California, even the Bay Area all the way into Central California, growing awry POA fairways can be difficult, and they're putting a ton of fungicides on those grasses to keep them alive. But at some point, Mother Nature ultimately wins, and you lose quality, you lose density, and to keep those grasses alive, well, you need a lot of water. Oftentimes the ET values are 1/4 inch, 3/10 of an inch a day. Trying to keep up with that on native soils, you've got mud balls, and players complain about that. So there's a playability factor there. Converting to Bermuda grass, well, all of a sudden the playability improves monumentally that time of year. Maybe there's a concession in December and January in those climates, but no doubt about it that the July-August timeframe, the playability is far superior to a cool season grass golf course. Now to the common Bermuda grass question, Adam. Northern California common is kind of known as the devil grass, and when people think Bermuda grass, they think inferior playability, inferior aesthetics, and common isn't that great of a surface, to be honest, especially in the shoulder months and the winter months. But these newer Bermuda grasses like Tiftuff, Santa Ana, Tahoma, and UC Riverside is releasing a couple new grasses. These grasses offer far better density, far better traffic tolerance compared to common Bermuda grass. And the ball lie is so much better. It's so much better to play on. So those courses, the members of those courses, they just need to get in a van and take some field trips to these other golf courses to experience the better playability at these courses that have made these conversions.
So one of the things you mentioned, sort of get in the van and do some field trips, and that's an advantage that our team of agronomists have, is to be able to get out to 60, 70, 80 golf courses a year and seeing all the different ways superintendents are producing high quality conditions with a variety of species. So I wanted to ask the group, you can obviously produce really good conditions on a mixture of, whether it's in the Northeast or in the Midwest, we'll often refer to it as the Heinz 57, where you've got POA, you've got bentgrass, ryegrass, maybe some bluegrass, and thinking in the southern half, you could have some off types. Are there some examples that you guys have seen where aesthetics was kind of a factor there, where you had things that looked a little splotchy out there, and maybe there was some challenges with playability because of the different grasses and different growth heights and characteristics, but any examples of where really aesthetics was kind of a driving force in thinking about regrassing?
I'll take a shot at that one first. Whenever I was in the Northeast, I can think of a few courses where I visited and get the phone call and, hey, we have some grass that tends to die every summer. Okay, we'll go take a look, and we get there and they have a ton of POA triv in the fairways. They didn't even realize it, but that POA triv, it gets hot and dry in the middle of summer, and that POA triv goes dormant. So I guess you could call that aesthetics, but there's nothing that they could do to try to keep that POA triv alive. It just goes dormant, and there's no selective way to remove the POA triv, so completely regrassing to a new bentgrass was the way to go for those people.
Yeah, in Florida, we tend to have two common off types. One's a lime green version, the other one is a gray green version, and the lime green version is usually denser than the existing grass. I've even seen it in celebration stands where it was dramatically more dense than the celebration. And it's all dependent, or it seems to be dependent upon the golf course and the membership, if they can tolerate it or not. I've seen very high-end courses where it just doesn't matter, and I've seen other very high-end courses where they just cannot tolerate it.
So
I wanted to make one brief comment, Adam.
Yeah,
when you have a hodgepodge of grasses out there, in my area, we're painting, right? Because everything pretty much goes dormant, except for more coastal California, where they do stay green. But in most areas, the Bermuda grass at least goes off color. Well, if you have a bunch of different Bermuda grasses, they go off color at different times. And when they do go off color, they look different, even with paint applied to them. So to regrass with a homogeneous stand of one of these new grasses, you get a clean canvas in which to paint. So standing from the tee, standing from the clubhouse, it just looks more attractive. It looks like a homogeneous stand of grass out there that is more inviting, more gives more of that wow factor that golfers are generally looking for.
Yeah, and when you think about obviously the water challenges, the disease issues, improvements in cold tolerance, or staying greener longer in parts of Northern California with some Bermuda grasses, it's fantastic that you can make these types of switches and improve your agronomic situation, improve your sustainability, and also provide an aesthetic that a lot of golfers are often after. So when we think about, okay, those are all the common motivating factors. There's so many kind of no-brainer reasons to do regrassing, but we still don't see that much of it out there. So I wanted to sort of dive into what you guys have seen in terms of success stories or common challenges that have been overcome to get a regrassing project off the ground. So Darren, start with you, obviously having just gone through the regrassing project and all the planning and stuff that has gone into it. How did you balance that type of a project and understanding there's project creep and so, was the regrassing the main motivator in the project, or was there something else that you were doing that, okay, now we can also regrass? Like, how did you go about that? How did you start?
We're a golf-only facility, so it was all about the golf course. So we've known for years we had multiple varieties, and we knew that we could go to a mono stand. And as golf course superintendents, just to echo what has been said about aesthetics, we're problem solvers. We make it work. We make it look great. And that's what my boss would say every year is, but what do the members say? Well, Mr. Cook, they love it. They're happy. We make it work as problem solvers. But I made sure that they came to me and told me when it was time to do it. And I said, but you have to give me a year's notice. Don't come to me in March and say, okay, do it this summer. So we had to plan ahead to get our contractors lined up. So they did and said, okay, it's time. Tell us how much, tell us what the time frame's going to be, but do we have to do greens? So I said, let's have a conversation about that. So we ended up not doing greens, which is a little unusual in a roundabout way of answering your question. It was just a regrassing point, but the only reason to do greens would have been because you're shut down. Yep. But the USGA greens, 30 years old, still function as good or better than they did on day one. So we did not do the greens, just the wall-to-wall tip-tough.
Okay. In our conversations where our podcast, we've had 6 different episodes talking about various ways and various types of projects associated with fairway regrassing, and all but one have been a regrassing project as part of a larger project. And I think that the motivation in those cases was the golf course was always already going to be closed. So, Paul, I wanted to touch on an example that I know you're quite familiar with, and it's maybe a good one for everyone to hear. Can you talk to me about sort of what the regrassing project looked like at Corning Country Club, where it was purely regrassing and they really didn't close? Like, what did that look like? How did they do it?
Yeah, so talking about regrassing cool season fairways, going from the hodgepodge, the Heinz 57 mix that Adam mentioned, to a monostand of creeping bent grass. I don't know if my friend John Hoyle's out there. I know he's here somewhere, but at Corning Country Club, they developed a system to where they didn't have to shut the golf course down. I think whenever we talk about regrassing, so many people think we have to shut the golf course down and it's going to be for a whole season. We're going to lose a whole year of golf. Simply not the case. Sure, you can, but you don't have to. So what John did at Corning, he did a few different things. One option was the fairways being regrassed. They did a few per year in the beginning. Some of them, they would close those fairways for 1 week. That's whenever they're going to eradicate the grass, aerate, and drop the seed. After that week, golfers hit their tee shot into the fairway. You hit the fairway, go pick your ball up, and play from an intermediate rough. That goes on for about 4 to 5 weeks, and then the fairways are back open for play. The other option that Corning tried and had success with was developing tees, so just mowing tees out of the rough. So for those 3 or 4 weeks, while the fairway's growing and you're playing that hole as a par 3. That way the course isn't closed, members can still go play golf, and you're regrassing the fairways.
And they did that over a few years to minimize disruption to, they always had 18 holes, right? They were always playing 18 greens.
They were always playing 18 holes, and John will tell you, the superintendent, that whenever they did 2 or 3 holes a year, that kind of drug the process out. Having gone through it, he's an advocate now for either do 6 a year for 3 years or 9 for 2 years. It gets hard from a management standpoint if you're only going to do 2 or 3 fairways a year. You got some fairways that are 5 years old, some that are 2 years old, some that you just did, and some that are the old hodgepodge of different grasses.
So I think a big challenge that anyone who's going through a fairway regrassing project recognizes is how long is it from the day we start to eradicate the existing turf to the day that we can open and the day that we can potentially get golf carts on there. So this is a really difficult question for the group, but other than sodding the golf course, are there any things that you think superintendents could do to really tighten that window of disturbance from the day they get rid of the old grass to the day they're playing on the new grass? Any tips for anybody?
I'll chime in. There's a underlying thought that you need to till the soil or blecavate the soil when you're regrassing, and maybe you do, but in many cases, if you have a good soil profile, you've been top dressing over years, or you're just lucky enough to have good soil, you probably don't need to go through that step, which is not only expensive, but it adds obviously to the timeline of the project. So to be lucky enough to, for example, spray out Bermuda grass and sprig or sod if you're in a hurry, a new Bermuda grass without tilling the soil, re-leveling, recompacting, refloating, all of that, that will definitely save some time. So that's very much a site-specific decision. And I'd highly recommend you do some soil physical tests from your fairways to determine if, in fact, that is an option for you to omit that disturbance. Because not only does it take time and money, it oftentimes brings up weed seeds. So you've got all these weeds that if you're sprigging, then you've got this mess of sprigs and weeds. So it creates some unintentional problems when you've got to go through and blecavate or till the soil.
Another option that I actually like is starting your spray outs in the fall, and this way you can overseed lightly or to whatever extent you feel like it, and then you restart the sprays in the spring, and I like that because it allows the Bermuda to regrow a little bit, and because that seems to be the big struggle with Bermuda grass, is it always seems to come back. So this way you sort of extend that period out a little bit, and you can really get after it again in the spring.
Yeah, we're definitely going to touch on that challenge of getting rid of the existing grasses, getting the new grasses established, and keeping those older grasses from re-coming back into your fairways. We're going to touch on that in a minute. I wanted to shift into, thinking around getting some excitement at golf courses around a fairway regrassing project. And one of the things that I've seen, and I wanted to get your take on it, is the idea of a test plots nursery or a test fairway. How common? We'll start with the agronomists. How common is it that you see golf courses doing sort of their own test plots or a test fairway with a new potential grass? And then Darren, I'd love you to weigh in on whether or not you did something like that as part of your project.
I would say it's very common. Courses that are considering a fairway regrassing project, it makes sense, right, to plant the grasses you're considering on your golf course under your management to get a feel for what they look like. And kind of thinking through it in my head right now, the courses I have worked with that have regrassed, cool season fairways, I'll say, most of them have gone out and done one fairway just to show the membership, hey, this is what the process is going to look like, this is what the final result's going to look like, do you like it? And every case I can think of that I've been involved, the membership was like, let's do it, let's pull the trigger.
Yeah, I'd second that. I think it's very common, and I would say even necessary. At UC Riverside is over in Southern California. They'd done a tremendous job of plant breeding and setting out examples of commercially and research cultivars, but taking that, looking at a small plot of grass and taking that to the golf course often just doesn't translate all that well. It's amazing how different Santa Ana Bermuda grass looks in Los Angeles at Bel Air Country Club versus at UC Riverside, or taking it up to Northern California or bringing it to Arizona. So I think I'd highly recommend that you take 2, 3, 4 years, ideally, and evaluate grasses at your site under your soil conditions in your climate with the amount of traffic that you have with your quality, your water quality, and so on. Now, you may not have that much time. I understand that. If not, then go to your neighbors and see what they're doing to look at the same grass.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. A lot of the people I know will go to their neighbor and they'll say, "Wow, that grass is doing so well there. Let's try that grass."
Yeah, we did. We had trials. We flipped the range, had to do a range renovation, so we had a pure stand of Celebration. So we certainly had our experience of Celebration. We added 14 tees, and moving up the tees to get the correct yardage were all Celebration. And then we started using Tiff Tuff on a lot of the tees that we had challenges on. So every October when those off varieties started looking ugly, we had 20 tees that were Tiff Tuff. So we had it also in some fairways and rough spots. So we did have it on site. Obviously, as was mentioned, I would absolutely recommend it. We did it back in 1995. I was growing grass called TW72, which eventually became Tiff Eagle. So when it came to renovating in 2000, I'd already had 3 years experience growing Tiff Eagle. So I was ready to make that decision. So not only to show the members, but also as a superintendent to have the experience in growing the grass, because we're finding Tiff Tuff is certainly a little bit different management style than the other multiple varieties we had.
So what about cost? Obviously there is the cost of the establishment and the getting rid of the existing grasses, but I think the bigger hurdle for most courses is the fear of lost revenue, and every course is going to have a different take on that depending upon your business model and what that lost revenue could look like. So are there any ways that you guys have found, this is a good way to make a fairway regrassing more affordable or minimize that lost revenue? Brian, you mentioned maybe doing a lot of soil work isn't always necessary if you've got a good base, but anything that you guys can think of in terms of ways to make it more affordable or minimize the potential for lost revenue?
I mean, I'll step in first, I guess. As far as minimizing lost revenue, I kind of went through the corning examples of, you only close the holes you're regrassing for a week, and after that, while you're growing it in, you can have those holes open for play. The other thing that I'll say is fairway regrassing isn't that expensive. I think whenever I talk to superintendents about it, cool season grasses, you're talking $1,500 to $2,000 an acre. You regrass your whole golf course for $50,000, $75,000. That's pretty cheap, And whenever you start looking at the long-term return on investment, which I'm sure we'll get into, you start to realize that, okay, it's going to cost $50,000 or $75,000, but this is going to pay itself off in the course of just a couple years. You start asking yourself, why would I not do this, right?
So Brian's having a hard time over here.
Paul's
talking 50,000 or so, seeding bank grass to a 25, 30 acre golf course. Brian, what's your experience in terms of what you've seen in the West region, and maybe even an example of what does the ROI look like in some of these cases for both Paul, your example, and Brian, maybe some of your examples?
Yeah. We've seen a lot of sodding, but sodding is 70, 80, 85 cents a square foot for Bermuda grass. If you're looking at Zoysia grass, it's over $1 a square foot. So it's easily $1 million to sod fairways. Now, if you've got a $1.2 million water budget, then in 3.5, 4 years, you're good. Yeah. But there are ways to save. I met with a sod supplier recently, and we talked about sprigging rates. And now there's confusion with the Texas, Georgia, U.S. bushel, but guys are using far higher sprig rates than they have been. And while that's more expensive, it's a heck of a lot less expensive than sodding. And the grow-in time, yes, is longer, but perhaps to minimize costs, you consider sprigging at much higher rates. For U.S. bushels, 5, 6, 7, 800 bushels per acre, U.S. bushels per acre to sprig new Bermuda grass. And you're looking at 30% of the cost of sodding. Thanks, Scott. Scott Delpierre from Cascada in Southern Nevada, asking about sprig water to get the sprigs grown in. You're watering at 150% of ET for 3 weeks. So you've got to have the water to be able to do that. You're watering, 8 to 10 times a day. So you're probably 60% more water during that growing period to get the sprigs grown in. So that's the downside of sprigging versus sodding, but ultimately it is cheaper. But you also have to consider downtime that the golf course is closed. So if you don't want to be closed that long, then sodding's the way to go. John, sorry.
Yeah, I would only mention what I had mentioned before, with starting with the fall sprays, overseeding, and then getting into your spring sprays. So you've essentially cut that downtime in half, maybe less.
Okay. Darren, did you go through a whole cost analysis and looking at sprigging versus sodding with your project, and can you share any of that info as to what ultimately led you to the decision to go with sprigging?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we started with the end date in mind. We knew that November 1 was the day we needed to be open to keep the majority of the members happy. So that started the entire project planning process as when we would make the first application. When it comes to money, it wasn't about how do you save money. It was more about making sure it was done right, because we haven't done it in 22 years and we're not going to do it in 22 more years. So the boss says you're going to do it right. So that was number one. But the way to make it palatable to members is we had some money in the bank, but we didn't touch it. Money was cheap 3 years ago. So we went out and got a $4.5 million loan and divided it up over 10 years, and each member pays that small amount each year. A member leaves the club, whoever takes that member spot picks up the amount. So it was very palatable, not a single complaint. It wasn't even a vote, but 100% people approved of it. But starting with that end being November 1 and thinking about grow-in time, I knew that I was going to sod 55 acres and I was going to sprig 55 acres. And so I did it right down the middle. And that got us done in time by starting March 15th with the first Roundup Fusilade application. And then I followed the research from Dr. Johnson in the 80s, Dr. Boyd in the 90s, and Envu et al. In the 2000s. And all the research says the same thing. You need to wait 4 to 6 weeks between applications. You need to regrow it between applications. So starting March 15th, the Bermuda grass was actively growing. Shut the course down for 2 days and let the members play again for a month. So they were playing on essentially dormant fairways and loving it. So then April 15th, 16th shut down for the rest of the summer, and that's when a lot of our members went home anyway. But then we just found neighboring clubs that would allow some of the members to play at their course, and then we return the favor when it's their turn to regrass. So.
Let's switch gears just for a second here and touch on a little bit about communication, and I want to start with communication maybe before a project gets approved or as you're looking to build support for it. And we touched on it earlier in terms of having a test plot or a test hole to learn, to get feedback from golfers on that grass and what it looks like and how it plays. So this is for the group. Is there anyone out there that has some good examples of kind of like a feedback system from the golfers? Like, what do you think? Like, is there a formal way to do that, or is it a little more casual? What have you guys seen there to get feedback from the golfers on what they think of the potential grass that you're going with?
In my area, Paradise Valley Country Club is a bunch of different zoysia grasses on a fairway and a few different Bermuda grasses, and they've developed a survey that they give to their members. They put it in the golf cart, they head out for play, and there's a map on there that tells them what grasses, because they have no idea, zoysia, Bermuda, trust me, golfers, they have absolutely no idea. So you have to spell it out for them, which grass is what grass is what. And so then they just rate it, a few different questions. You got to make it simple and easy. Justin Mannion at Paso Tiempo in Santa Cruz, he's got 3 different Bermuda grasses on a fairway and rough. He's also soliciting feedback from his membership just through a little simple survey. So that's what I've seen, Adam.
I think that's interesting. I've never worked with a club that's done anything like that. In my experience, the superintendent will plant a few grasses on a nursery and select, which variety he wants to go with. And once they do the test fairway, it's a resounding yes, let's do it, compared to what they have, and they see what the new could be. But that's an interesting option.
Seems like in Florida, I hear a lot of people splitting driving range tees. If there's two grasses they're looking at, they would split the driving range tee in half. I've heard that quite a bit.
Interesting. Darren, you've said, and I've heard you say this, that one of the biggest reasons for having such success with your regrassing project is really because of the focus to maintaining clear lines of communication. So can you walk us through what your communication strategy looked like during the regrassing process at Old Florida?
So I've learned that obviously the world communicates through social media today. I remember when we used to send hardcover newsletters out when I first started at the club. Obviously we don't do that. So yeah, communication was key. I believe you can never over communicate, but you can certainly under communicate. So from the very get-go, a blog was done as needed. So I have 7 or 8 blog entries. That's to me the modern newsletter. If someone wants all the details, they're going to get it there. There's going to be a lot of people that just want to look at a Twitter post, and so I'm active on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, all of them, and members have different ways of looking at it. So there was really no excuse not to know what was going on, because I made sure the information was there.
Okay. All right, let's dive into, I think, some really common agronomic challenges that golf course superintendents are likely to face, and we've already kind of touched on a few of these. So we'll start I'll kind of start with Paul and then get the group to weigh in here. But obviously, killing the existing grass, planting a new grass, but making sure that old grass, and Paul, in your case, if it's Poa annua in the northern half, like what are some ways that superintendents are really having good results with keeping the original grass, eradicating it and preventing it from coming back? And again, I'll start with you with Poa annua and then have the rest of the group weigh in with respect to Bermuda grasses and other grasses.
As far as eradicating the current grasses, so if we're talking about a cool season scenario, the hodgepodge, Heinz 57 mix, it might seem unnecessary, but the first thing I would say is make at least 2 applications of your non-selective herbicide. Worked with some courses that only did 1, and you get a 99% kill, but some of that Kentucky bluegrass that creeps in from the rough, there's no way to selectively remove that. So if you're not getting a solid kill right out of the gate, you're kind of setting yourself up for some issues down the road. And as far as Poa annua contamination is probably the biggest struggle after the grow and trying to keep Poa out. And 2 things I'll say there is timing is of the utmost importance. Probably for warm or cool season grasses, I'll say if you can't do the regrassing project at the right time, don't do it at all. I could give you a list of scenarios where we tried to do it too late in the fall, seeding bent grass, and it comes back 50% Poa annua. So timing's huge, and starting trim-it applications sooner than you might think. During that grow-in, trim-it should start. The folks at UConn did some great research looking at best management practices for regrassing bent grass fairways. And that trim-it needs to start going down a few weeks after seeding. It's sooner than you would probably imagine.
Okay. And what about the dealing with common Bermuda, or just killing? If you went from celebration to tiff-tough, hard to kill celebration and get it out of there. What does that look like? What are people having success with in that space?
So I'll start with what Paul just said. If you can't be successful, don't even do it. Whether you believe Darren Davis or not, I hope you believe Dr. Yelverton, Dr. McCarty, and Dr. Envu, who all 3 have told me if you can't eradicate it correctly, you're really wasting your money. You're wasting your time's money as well as your own time. So the research is clear. Like I said, from the 80s with Johnson and Boyd and Unruh, is that you need to make 3 applications at the correct rate, at least 4 weeks apart. And so we backed into it and did that. The one thing we added that those 3 professors didn't do is what Dr. Richardson's doing. And he's still got some work to do on this, but Dr. Richardson believes that if you combine phrase mowing with the eradication chemical process, you can increase the kill, and I could not agree more. So we phrase mowed 60 acres right down the middle after the second application of Roundup Fusilade, removing an inch of material, exposing green rhizomes, and taking some living stuff off, and then exposing living rhizomes as well. And then that was 7 days after the second application, and then waiting another 4 weeks to make that final application after the phrase mowing. And then the one thing I never put into print anywhere, I'm sure we're not recording this, but yet you have to regrow it, obviously. So it's watering based on your ET. It's watering every night in South Florida after you make that first application, if needed, and it's fertilizer. So the university research has shown that an actively growing Bermuda grass can take up a half a pound of nitrogen every 3 days. And so I did a half a pound of granular ammonium sulfate twice a week, every week from March 15th until after that final application was made. So that's 165,000 just of ammonium sulfate to continually regrow the Bermuda grass. And the research all talks about 96 to 98%. I was certain that I never used the word 100% in any conversation I had. I never said complete purity. I would always talk about 99% eradication. And with the process I laid out, I mean, we hit 99.5. I did 5,000 square foot of some removal last summer. I may do the same this summer, but that would all I'd need to do. So
yeah, Darren covered the timings very well there. The only thing I would add, he had mentioned ammonium sulfate. If you have any type of hard water whatsoever, mixing that in your spray tank is very important. I was just reading a study about reduction in glyphosate efficacy of up to 75% if you have hard water. So you definitely need to take that into consideration. And also, I've seen some horror stories getting rid of seashore paspalum. So starting that process even earlier than you're starting the Bermuda grass removal process, I think is very important.
Yeah, I'll just say, really what both of you guys have said, I like starting in the fall. If you're an overseeded golf course, start in the fall and at least make one application of Roundup Fusilade, overseed, and then you got to wait you have to get rid of the ryegrass then to encourage the understory Bermuda grass to recover. So you're probably using some sort of sapphire manuscript to get rid of the ryegrass slowly, to encourage the understory Bermuda grass, let that regrow. Now we're into mid-April, late April in my neck of the woods. You have to wait till that grass is actively growing before you can put your first Roundup Fusilade app. You make 2 apps 4 to 6 weeks apart. Then I agree wholeheartedly, Darren, you phrase mow, because you get this crust that forms as the Bermuda grass is dying, and it inhibits the underground rhizomes from regrowing, stolons from regrowing. You need that to regrow. So scraping that off, whether it's a light phrase mow or a springtime harrow rake, something to disrupt that crust and let the understory Bermuda grass regrow. Then you hit it a 3rd time, and you hit it honestly a 4th time, and then a 5th time probably. The last time you probably should remove the Fusilade from the cocktail if you're going to plant right after that. But it's a 4 or 5 app process if you're really wholeheartedly going to try to get rid of your existing Bermuda grass. Now, I've worked with courses that don't have those expectations, and they sprayed once and sprigged new Bermuda grass into common Bermuda grass. And 3 years later, it's a hodgepodge, but it's better than what they had. Now, that's not for everyone, but for the lower budget golf course that can't close, that's better than nothing. So, while I'm all in with the 5 app process, the phrase mowing, for those courses that are trying to get 98% or better eradication, that is absolutely what you need to do. But there are other options for those of you that don't have the flexibility or the budget to go that route.
One thing Brian just triggered, he's right, I did the same thing. In addition to the phrase mowing, we did have the big aero thatch type rake that we pulled around in the rough over and over again, and also mowers. They thought I was crazy. You're out there cutting the turf to remove the brown leaf tissue, trying to stimulate the green from coming up underneath as well. So we did that as well.
So I wanted to switch gears for a second, and we've talked mostly about regrassing, cool season, overseeded with a new and improved bentgrass variety or hybrid Bermuda grass system. So there's been some really interesting work and some ongoing testing with this tank mix of Syngenta's soon-to-be released product called Recognition, tank mixing that with Fusilade, and that allows for selective control of Bermuda grass in zoysia grass. And Brian Powell at Old Chatham has had good results with sort of working through that process, working closely with Syngenta on those applications, and then sprigging his zoysia grass, Zorro zoysia grass, I believe is what he used, springing it into the actively growing Bermuda grass. So I just want to throw out those question out there. Springing zoysia grass is I think a new point of discussion and maybe some new opportunities. So I'd love to get the reaction of the panel on what that looks like and maybe what some pros are with that grass, or maybe some things that people need to be aware of with moving into a zoysia grass situation.
Well, so we're at the bottom of the learning curve in the West with the zoysia grass, but we're willing to learn. So we have tried zoysia grass in sprigs and sod, and I'm super excited about trying the recognition in combination with Fusilade. The podcast that Adam you did with Brian Powell was awesome, and I've shared that with half a dozen people already looking at that option. I will say the zoysia grass that I have seen in Desert Highlands and Scottsdale has done their whole practice facility in zoysia grass. For us in the West, where these warm season grasses do go dormant, we're concerned about winter playability, winter recovery, traffic tolerance. In my opinion, the zoysia grass offers a better dormant surface than does Bermuda grass. It's just such a thick mat of rhizomes, and there's so much lignin in that tissue that it holds up quite well to traffic. Now, I'm not saying it's the right grass for us, but there's some potential there, and I'm excited to learn more about it.
So Dr. Yelverton, who I mentioned earlier, that made the comment, if you can't do it, you can't get the correct applications and the spacing, just essentially don't do it. But he had an example of a course that the growing season was so short up in the Highlands, North Carolina, somewhere where this season was short, they could only make 2 applications. But so instead of choosing Bermuda grass, knowing they hadn't eradicated the existing Bermuda grass, they did go with zoysia grass, knowing they could take the Bermuda selectively out of the zoysia, and I thought that was a very good idea.
I think it's probably worth touching just a little bit more on zoysia grass in general. It seems like obviously the work out of Texas A&M breeding zoysia grass has been really, really neat to see what the potential is with that grass species. But obviously it's got challenges with getting it established, and so there's been courses that have felt like, okay, sodding is our only option, and now with sprigging maybe being a little bit more realistic with the ability to kill off actively growing Bermuda, and sprigging it. Let's get into a conversation really about this zoysia grass in general. Paul, you've got experience with it obviously in the central region, and I've got experience with courses that are showing more interest in it in parts of the Northeast. So it's an interesting grass. So let's go there.
It is. So the whole concept that you mentioned earlier about sprigging zoysia into Bermuda grass, in my mind, so I'm in the central region now, this kind of transition zone, Missouri, south through Texas. I kind of scratched my head, like, why would you want to go zoysia grass if you already have Bermuda grass? It takes more water. If you're going the Xeon Zorro route, it's going to be more susceptible to winter kill. So I kind of scratched my head a little bit, but I will say that in that transition zone, if you're going to go with a zoysia grass, most people will go with the older Meyer type of zoysia grass because it's most cold tolerant, right? In that zone, that's something you got to try to defend against is, I don't want to lose a certain percentage of my fairways every year, so what's the most cold hardy? And that's the Meyer zoysia grass, and that means, wider leaf blade, coarser texture, more open canopy, less tolerance to traffic in the winter months. So I'm not saying there's not a place for the zoysia grass, there certainly is. It's probably more reliable than cool season grasses would be in that transition zone, especially in the summer when you're playing the most golf, but it's not without its issues also.
We put 6,000 square foot of Trinity around our clubhouse at the end of our renovation. I was looking for a little wow factor because it's 20% sun in the entire day in all 3 of these plots, and it looks phenomenal. In fact, the members are like, why didn't we use this on the golf course? Well, obviously I have a reason, I have an answer for that question, but a good friend of mine that just walked through just took a job on the East Coast with a former athlete that built his own golf course, and I saw some really good-looking zoysia on the East Coast of Florida recently, Trinity tees and Xeon fairways, and it looked good.
For us in the West, the primary motivation would be to get rid of overseeding. You get overseeding, you're saving 25, 30% water. Even if you already have a Bermuda grass overseeded golf course, if you switch to zoysia grass, overseeding is a thing of the past. And not only are you saving water, you're not closing perhaps in October for 3 or 4 weeks. So there's some attractiveness of that option, a year-round open golf course to the members versus an overseeded golf course. And I thought it was interesting that Brian from Old Chatham, one of his primary motivating reasons to do it was just to convert to it was aesthetics, a homogeneous stand of grass rather than his kind of hodgepodge of Bermuda grasses out there. So there's certainly some reasons to consider it.
Yeah, I'd echo that my members just could not be happier in the last 2 years, and that's the reason, Brian, they're seeing a mono stand of turf grass. They don't know why it looks so good, but they know it looks good. And my counterpart, my pro director of golf, and that's what he's realized is they don't know, but it's because it's pure that it looks so good.
Well, the success of your renovation leads us sort of in a nice transition to our final segment, kind of diving into some real life examples of, not only the improvements in playability, but the financial improvements that courses have realized, the resource savings associated with regrassing. So again, lots of different motivations that we touched on, but I think it's important to kind of end on some real life examples. So Brian, we'll start with you. Obviously some courses, big name courses and courses that maybe some people haven't heard of in the West have all really described their regrassing situation as, we know water challenges are not going to go away, or they're potentially going to get more and more difficult. So you alluded to some examples, and I'd like you to share them again. Real life situations of how much water and maybe percent reduction is a good place to go that people can realize when they're going from a cool season to warm season out in the West, and perhaps even if they're going from an older common Bermuda grass to a new hybrid Bermuda grass, what type of savings associated there?
So I feel really confident saying cool season to warm season is a 25 to 30% savings. Chris Ekstrom at Menlo Country Club in Northern California suggested those areas that he converted was more like 40%, but he's very judicious with his water, and his members really like a very firm playing surface. So I'm not going to suggest there's 40% out there, but no doubt there's 25 to 30% savings from cool season to warm season grass. From a common or even Tifway 419 stand to one of these new Tif Tuff or one of these new UCR varieties, they're coming out. I'm not sure yet, to be totally honest, but we think, based on research, we think there's a 10 to maybe even 20% savings from common or 419 Bermuda grass, even Tifway 2 Bermuda grass, upgrading to a Tif Tuff or one of these new UCR varieties. So that's pretty significant.
Darren, you alluded to it earlier in terms of the aesthetics or the wow factor there. Obviously, it's playing extremely well going from Tif Tuff to Celebration, and a big advantage with Tif Tuff is that it typically performs better with lower water than some other Bermuda grasses. So have you realized some water savings associated with that, along with the other benefits?
I'm going to have to echo what Brian says. We think we have,
yeah.
But we haven't. We record our water usage every quarter to the South Florida Waters Management District, so I have that data going back 30 years. We have not been able to correlate it quite yet, but it really just look at the research. Everything that Tifton did with that grass, in Florida, in Tennessee, and all the research projects, you can see it where it's still green, and then Celebration is brown with the same amount of water. And Dr. Unruh has done trials. He tweeted one out recently that you could see the strips, and you could see that the Tif Tuff was outperforming Celebration and the other varieties and holding its color with the same amount of water when others were starting to check out. So in theory, I believe it is, and I believe the research. I believe those individuals are quality people.
And another benefit of Tif Tuff seems to be its tolerance to nematodes. Billy Crow was just giving a talk the other day where he says it certainly has some level of nematode resistance to it.
I'm glad you went there, John. I wanted to ask you specifically around that. Do you have examples of resource saving with fairway regrassing courses that you've worked with, or even I know you've done that yourself, and it's not necessarily just water, but obviously if you've got a stronger grass that is more tolerant of nematodes, that should translate into some savings there, right?
Yes. Well, I don't excuse me, I don't mean to pick on a grass, but we're seeing a lot of latitude 36 getting devastated by nematodes. So it's a great grass. It was developed in Oklahoma. It does very well in a wide variety of regions, but down here in Florida with our sandy soils and high nematode counts, it doesn't seem to be quite the fit.
Seeing the same, and it for us too. When you got celebration and all the different common varieties, as much as we don't want to spray a fungicide on a Bermuda grass in Florida, we had a significant amount of leaf spot those last few years, and when it's season and they're expecting it right, we did do some significant fungicide applications for leaf spot that we're not seeing that at all with Tiff Tuff, so that would be a savings for sure.
Paul, from a fungicide saving standpoint, thinking of going to a modern variety of bentgrass that's more resistant to dollar spot, any examples of some resource savings there, or X amount of fungicide applications cut out of the budget?
Sure. So whenever I was in the Northeast talking about the cool season grass scenario, regrassing to a dollar spot resistant variety of bentgrass, most courses would they'd see a return on investment in less than 2 years. So that upfront cost, that $2,000-ish an acre, so they were saving tens of thousands of dollars a year, typically in the $20,000 to $30,000 a year range. They would see savings annually.
Darren, go ahead.
Make one more point on the savings. For you all know this as golf course superintendents, but your members won't know this. If you only convert fairways, if you got a cool season grass golf course and you only convert your fairways to Bermuda grass, you can only expect those savings on your fairways. And most of you don't have the ability to water the fairways and the roughs independently. So those golf courses that have made sort of these partial conversions 3, 4, 5 years later, like, well, we really need to convert the fairways. We need to convert get rid of all of our cool season grass. I work with one golf course in Northern California in Sacramento that has ryegrass roughs around and green surrounds. They spend $30,000, $40,000 a year in fungicides just for those ryegrass green surrounds, and they regrassed. They have Bermuda grass basically everywhere else in fairway. Now they're finally deciding, man, we really should have converted the green surrounds to Bermuda grass as well. So if you're thinking about this process, think about beyond the fairways. And if you are going to stick to cool season grass, you probably need to adjust, well, you do need to adjust the irrigation system such that you can water those areas independently if you're going to maximize your savings.
Very well said, Brian. A great place to end our panel discussion today. I really appreciate everyone's opportunity or everyone's input here to share what they've seen both in their travels and at their own golf courses. So thanks so much, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
This is Ozzy, O-Z-Z-Y, as we call him. He's a border collie. He was born in 2016. I got him in January of 2017. He's been coming to the course since he was, I think, 11 weeks old, maybe 12. His main job for the course is to just keep geese moving, basically. He chases regular birds, he chases squirrels and all that stuff, but his main job is the squirrel department and the geese department. The previous boss, they wanted to get dogs in the course is getting a little more popular, and he wanted to get one too. So I had a previous border collie, was 16 when he passed away. So that was 2000, I think, was he got him. So now this is the second dog I've had out here. He's always by my side, no matter what I'm doing. He's going to be there. So he could, if he wanted to, he could go up to the clubhouse right now, but he probably won't. Favorite part is probably just he's always with me, I guess. It's just like a co-pilot in my cart. He runs next to my cart. So yeah, that's probably the best thing is just I got someone with me all the time.
Hey everybody, welcome. Thank you for coming out to our panel discussion with the Legends Initiative. My name is Seth Jones. I'm the editor-in-chief of Golfdom Magazine. It's my honor to be up here and to be with these gentlemen today. Let me give a brief introduction of what this is. This was started by Envu. They're down there at booth 566. We want to invite you, at the end of this, we want to invite you all to come over and say hi to our panelists up here, our legends. But it's a sustainable fertilizer. And this really our honoree this year is quite the environmentalist, so it's perfect. Audubon International is also a partner in this with us. And then my magazine, Golfdom Magazine. I hope you all get my magazine. It's a free magazine. So go to golfdom.com. I'm not selling any subscriptions. We want you to get it. So, and we do profile these men in our magazine because we feel like they are the influencers. They are the men who have really brought this industry up. And Envu wanted to do something where they made their Hall of Fame. And each of these men have been inducted. And I'm honored to be on the panel to vote for this. I don't know how I got into this, but it's great. I've been able to do this for a few years with these guys. And every year it's a real honor to see who the nominees are. There's a lot of worthy people in this industry who've done a lot of great things, and each year we get another a new legend, and it's been really a fun thing to be a part of. So let me introduce our panelists. Down at the end we have Bob Farron, Director of Operations at Pinehurst Resort, and Legends Class of 2019 or something, I don't know, right? Next to him we have Matt Schaefer, who is the Director of Operations Emeritus at Marion, and another legend who is also legendary for his answers. So we'll see what he says when he's up here. And next to him we have Sean Emerson, who is a longtime superintendent out at Desert Mountain, and now a consultant in the industry. And what year did you get your honor? Was it last 2 years ago?
20, but I got 2 years because of COVID.
He got 2 years out of it, so he milked it for all it was worth, including 2 invites to the Golfdom Summit. So I like the way he did that. And then we did just do this before at our event, and we got to honor Tim. So we got to hear some of the story, but I'm going to ask some of the same questions. So please join me in, this is his time, Tim Hires, our new legend for 2023, Director of Operations out at White Oak Conservation in Yulee, Florida. Tim, congratulations.
Thank you.
So I really want to start, what I've learned about you from interviewing you in the magazine and talking to your network is you have a massive network of people in the state of Florida and beyond who you've helped out. There's one reason you got in, but another reason is you've won just about every environmental award in this industry. Can you talk to me about when was it for you to click as not only am I a superintendent, but I'm going to be the authority on environmentalism and I'm going to stand up for this industry?
Well, I don't think I set out with that intent. I think in 1988 I read an article out of then golf course superintendent. It was called The Politics of Environmentalism. And that kind of stirred me because I was always hearing from the outside how bad we were. But what I was seeing with my peers is we were actually the opposite of that. We cared for the land, we cared for the water, we cared for the birds, the bees, and that really increased my interest. And then I got to know Ron Dawson at Audubon International. He kind of brought me into a different plane of thinking. And from that, I just saw all opportunities to do, not only to enhance job security, but to also kind of do things that could benefit golf with the public that really doesn't know much about golf, and what they do know is not right.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about what you do, because you're at a very interesting property, and I've learned a little bit about it. And let me get to this slide. So tell us about what is White Oak Conservation, and why are we seeing pictures of zebras and tigers and like that?
Well, the golf course is kind of the Johnny-come-lately. The White Oak Conservation was already there. It's about 25 square miles, and they've got their specialty is breeding endangered animals and protecting endangered animals, and land conservation and land enhancement. So we've got cheetahs, tigers, Cape buffalo, giraffes. The Florida grasshopper sparrow, which was almost extinct in the state about 4 years ago, they've released over 500 in the wild the last 3 years. So they're very good at breeding endangered species. And this is not a zoo. These animals roam, but they're contained.
Good, good. You don't want to be out there on number 7 green and see a lion go by.
No.
Yeah. Sean, can I ask you, when the nominations came out, why did you feel that Tim was the right guy for this?
Because he always shared his knowledge to everybody. He didn't keep it within. And a true leader is not afraid to go talk to other people and listen. So he listened to others, gathered the information, and then he was always willing to share it with others to bring us up.
So everybody in this stage always looked up to Tim because he's willing to do that. He didn't hibernate like a bear. He was out there just willing to share and talk. All you had to do was call him, and he would talk to anybody on this floor. Tim would stop and talk to you to share what he knows.
Great. Matt, and I'm nervous already.
You ought to be. I got some good answers cooked up for you, so let's get it.
I'm going to ask you a yes/no question, okay?
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
I think you made the phone call to Tim, I think. And do you remember, like, and you know, you have such a big network yourself, and you have so many guys that you've mentored who've come up in the industry, and you've got to see them succeed, and similar for all you guys. So what's it been like for you to, you know, you're named a legend, and now you're also like the guy who gets to call and tell these guys, hey, guess what? We got another one for you.
Oh, that's an awesome job, obviously. And, you know, I never answer your questions,
No, you
right?
don't.
Okay,
It doesn't matter, yeah.
so I wanted to tell you, you know, one thing. The reason I think, from my perspective, that Tim was the perfect candidate, Tim was an environmentalist long before it was cachet. You know, I mean, he's a pioneer. He's always tried to do things the right way. He's always been a grower and not a chemist. And so, you know, he was the perfect guy to be the nominee for this year. Mm-hmm. And I do enjoy calling him, so I'll try to say that much to your end of your question there.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Respectful.
Bob, how about for you? You know, just to be a part of having Audubon International involved and Envu and getting to know those guys, and you know, you're already at Pinehurst Resort, so you've got, you know, this golf mecca that you're at, so you're already heavily involved. But to like expand the reach and to get involved with these guys and to be part of this network, what's that like?
Well, it is part of the network, but I'll answer the question you asked Matt about Tim. But
now Bob's doing it too.
I'll go on my own track. But and Sean said that, you know, that Tim was always willing to share his knowledge. But the thing I've always been most impressed with Tim is he's always looking for it. I mean, if you sit around and have a conversation with him for 10 minutes or 2 hours, he'll ask you a million questions because he's always striving, and he soaks it up like a sponge. But I'm always intrigued by his enthusiasm for learning, and that's admirable. In fact, I was just asking him before he came in here about doing some research of what some ideas that we could do at Pinehurst to see what golf looks like in the future. What would be some things that would be engaging with people, and be able to do that. That's Tim. That's the resource that Tim is. Cool. It's that person to call when you've got some off the wall, other than Schaefer, some off the wall answer you want to hear for Matt.
Well, thank you, Bob.
But it's an honor to be sharing the stage with him for sure.
Great. Tim, when I was talking to you about, you know, you told me about what, you know, reading that article and all that, but then when we were talking about your career and how you got your start, you started telling me about your dad and how he motivated you. Tell me about you know, what he meant to your career and how he got you going this route.
Well, actually, my first golf balls were hit on a cow pasture. He got me a starter set in 1964, and we lived in Palatka, and there was, ironically, the first two golf courses I ever played were both Donald Ross designs, Palatka Country Club and New Smyrna Beach. But my dad was a fisherman, an organic farmer, a teacher, and a preacher. And so I got a lot of bases covered, and I was outdoors a lot. And I can still remember him when he grew these, people would come from miles around to see his rose bushes, and he would take fish bones and put in and mix up with the soil for organic to grow those rose bushes. I liked eating these vegetables. I didn't like picking them.
I bet. Sean, you're a second generation superintendent. Tell me about what was it like working for your dad and learning work ethic from him?
What I learned from him was to seek advice from others, network, and a smart man learns from his mistakes, but a genius learns from others. So if there's so many people out there in that audience with all this information, find out how they did it and what's changed. Mm-hmm. And somebody else has said it, this industry was built on the shoulders of giants. And we can't forget the people who came before us that led us to where we're at. Too many people talk about where we're going, but you don't know where you're going unless you already know where you've been. So my dad was always wanted to touch the past. Angelo Camerata, maybe two people remember that name, but he was the godfather of turf in Washington, D.C. in the 60s. He built what we're doing today. Joe Valentine at at Marion, the same thing. So this is what's so special is we don't forget where we got. My dad wanted me to know that you meet people going up, don't forget them because they might be the same people you meet when you come back down.
Good advice. Matt, what was your biggest influence getting into this and growing up? Tell me your...
Did you ever milk cows?
No.
That was an influence. I grew up milking cows. So my dad asked me, he said, what are you going to do when you graduate high school? I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not milking cows. But I love field work. And my dad was really a sharp cat, and he was very philosophical. That's another disadvantage of being in a barn with your dad all the time. He pounds you with information. But he was definitely, when I went to turf school, naturally Dr. Deutsch. I mean, if you had Dr. Deutsch, there was no gray matter, and he was really influential in trying to steer me in the right direction. He had about as much success with that as you do asking me questions. But I've had some great mentors. Obviously, my career, at the beginning of my career, everything was predicated on hunting and fishing, and then, of course, I starved out. So I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Paul Latshaw for helping me jumpstart my career and giving me a second chance. I owe that guy everything. Good. I'm lucky.
Good. Bob, I know you're from West Virginia, and I know a little bit of your origin story, but what was your moment you knew you were going to get into the industry?
I really don't remember a moment that I wasn't planning to. I grew up, my father was a superintendent. We lived a half a mile from the golf course. Half a mile on the other side of my home was the school where my mother taught, was a school teacher. So it was a small community, and I was always riding my bike back and forth to that. And the community and club of people, it's a public course, but they all were like uncles to me. They're all good friends with my dad, so they either found me in trouble, helped me get out of trouble, or caused me to be in trouble. One of the three of those. And we just had a great family environment, and that was what attracted me, and I never really considered doing anything else, but I wanted to do this. And I was very fortunate one of my other mentors was Bob Mitchell. Bob was retired. He's now deceased, but he was a past president of the GCSAA, and I thought the world of Bob. He taught me my love for the association and networking, right? My dad had a lot of friends, but he never heard of networking. But it was a way to be part of that, and I've never regretted a minute of it.
Great. So, just curious. This show right now is so packed, and there's so much activity, and it's so nice to be back to normal on this, right? I mean, this show's cooking. I'm so happy that we're all able to do this and seeing so many familiar faces again. And the collective, knowledge of this room, and the companies like Envu and Audubon International who are really pushing the envelope on what we're doing as an industry. Tim, I'll start with you. What are some of the things that really make you say, wow, I can't believe we got to this point? Like, how do you feel about the way from when you first started to today, the things that have changed in this industry to make it a bit an advancement?
The single biggest change other than attitude is technology. You have to be careful of technology too. I mean, it can be very useful, but it can master you. But we'll also see is the change in the attitude of the profession in general. Environmentalism is not a hobby for us. It's a way of life. I'm not being critical. We don't put up signs and go somewhere and protest. We actually go out and do it.
Yep.
And so John Wildman probably captured it best a few years ago when he said, we're not environmental activists, we're active environmentalists. So the biggest change I see is just a change in attitude and technology.
Sean, similar question. Just like, how do you feel about how far this industry is advancing right now, and where we're at in 2023 from when you started?
Well, we're an industry, not a game, just a game. Like Tim's talking about, we go out there and play the greatest game on turf, and we need it. We now have technology of measurements. Dr. Watson used to tell me we didn't know that. We couldn't go as far because we didn't know how to capture the data or the measurements. Today, with all these new products out there and the new technology, they confirm what we knew, and they allow us to make adjustments of what we don't know. And we make much better decisions when we have good information I used to use the SWAG system, Scientific Wild Ass Guess, a lot. But now I can confirm if that guess was any good. And I think that technology is leading us to the future. and to do it, but it also confirms all the good things we have been doing. And we should be proud, not embarrassed of what we do. That's the attitude Tim said. He said it. Proud to be what we do. We're leading in a lot of areas, not be embarrassed to what other people think.
Good, good. Matt, how do you feel about just from day one to today here in 2023?
Well, I mean, I'm a grower. That's what I do. There was a couple reasons I became a golf course superintendent, because I love to grow things. And so it was amazing to me, when I got involved with Envu. I mean, it's kind of the most basic thing in the world is nutrition. So to think, I saw some great fertility go by like IBDU. And so for me, to get a brand new fertilizer, new technology, and I used it before I ever started I was just blown away. So I think it's really cool that we have innovation at the very base of the level, and then of course we're going towards robotics. We're going through data. We're understanding how data can help us drive efficiencies. It's an exciting time to be a golf course superintendent. It's even more exciting to be an observer.
I've got about 12 more minutes, and so I have a few more questions, but if anyone out here would like to ask a question at the end, I'll open it up for questions if you'd like to. But I just kind of, and I think about the golf that you guys have seen, the people you've met, the network, and so I'm just wondering if you could just give me, Tim, what's one of your career highlights? What's one of your most memorable days that you look back at and you say, wow, that was a heck of a day?
Good or bad?
Either one.
I would say just spontaneously one day playing golf with Gary Player. It's 18 holes. It was fun.
How did you play?
Not good.
Did Gary do any push-ups while you was out there?
No, he was amazing for his age. That was probably back in 1988, and it was still amazing how well he played.
That's cool. That's cool. Sean, what's one of your, oh my gosh, I can't believe I did this moment in your career?
Well, mine maybe seem as a negative, but I look at it as a positive because what it's done for me. But I gave up a lot of my personal life and family life. And hopefully today's superintendents and people have a more balanced life. I don't think, I'm a ways away, hopefully, that at the end the guy's going to say to me, well, how much NPK you put on the greens? I think it's how much time that you spent with your family and loved ones. So we have to do a better job. So I know that not maybe the exact question, but I think with everything that's out there, the products, the quality, we're trying to create a better lifestyle and a career for people in the industry.
Okay, good. Matt, do you want to take it?
Sure.
Okay.
I think one of the most interesting moments in my career is when I got to take the Vice President of the United States and tell him he couldn't play on a green at Augusta because it was wilting. And he's looking at me, and I said, you know what it's like when the boss is out of town, the pressure's on? And he said, yeah, I get it. So it was kind of cool. But I've met a lot of good people in the industry. I had a great day one time with Mike Tyson and Charles Barkley. Yeah. I want to tell you something. That was one of the funniest hours of my life. I walked 3 holes with him. I want to tell you something. Barkley he sent him back in for a ball bat for Tyson. He said, maybe you can. It was awesome.
Oh my gosh.
So I've been very, very blessed to meet a lot of great people.
So Schaefer writes a column for us. So I think he's the only columnist I've ever had to decline one of his columns for. I said, Matt, this is a family publication, but you can just ask him these questions at the bar, and you'll get the full version of it. So maybe we'll get the Barkley story in a PG version in the magazine someday. So, how's about advice for the young generation? Do you have anything that when you got the young guys going out there that you try and say, hey, if you stick with this?
I think Sean said it. It's a balance. But there are times you have to work long hours, and I've said this before, and there's always exceptions. If you're working 60 to 75 hours a week all the time, I either believe you're not good at what you do or you're a workaholic. Mm-hmm. I'm not talking about summer in Chicago in August. I'm not talking about renovation or construction. I'm not talking about tournament prep. But I'm talking about as a way of life, because you know what? If you don't come back the next day, that course is going to go on. So I would tell them to be ready to work hard and don't rely too much on technology. There's still something about this and this and this that exceeds technology. You know, the human brain is the equivalent to about a 1 billion megabyte computer. So you're trading down if you're not careful, and you want to exercise that brain. Get on the golf course, look at it, and then treat people right. Treat people right and be willing to grow people so they leave you for the right reason.
We hear a lot of that, you know, and what I told someone was that, you know, you meet somebody at a trade show like this, and maybe it's a young person, maybe he comes off as a knucklehead, you don't know. But I think to myself, in 10 years, I might have that guy on the cover of my magazine. Because some people really click, and they start growing into it. They learn from guys like you, and the next thing you know, they're the next up-and-comer, and then after a few more years, we're still doing it. You don't know. They might be winning this award. So, Sean, when you talk to the young guys, I mean, I know you talk about the work-life balance, but if you're going to get someone to stick around, a young kid that you like, what do you tell them?
Attitude. You know, don't ever use the word, it's a challenge out there. We all know that. Use the word opportunity to improve. And I think the thing is that we're more like offensive linemen, not quarterbacks. We don't get the recognition, so don't think you're a glory hunter out there. They expect you to have a good golf course. They're going to pat you on the back. And remember, if you're the smartest guy on your team, you have a problem. So Bart Starr and the Green Bay Packers, some of you guys can remember them, he had 9 Hall of Famers on his team. You have to throw the ball to someone who can catch it. So don't do this alone. Build your support team with your family, build your mentorings with your mentors, and write out a roadmap of success. And do not be afraid to change it as you go down those steps. Too many people write a rigid life and then that's it. Be able to change, be able to do it. Technology changes, people change, things like that. Be flexible, have a good plan to start with, but be willing to make adjustments.
Okay, good. Matt, at our Golfdom Summit, we had a really cool moment where I actually didn't know that one of the guys was that had come up under you. And so we had a group photo of you and 3 guys who were all at that US Open together. And so when you meet a young kid and you want him to do good and you think maybe he has what it takes, what do you tell him to try? Because your network has clearly done well.
I mean, it's hard work. There's no two ways about it, but there's so many benefits that are non-tangible. I mean, I tell them, look, this is particularly like if they only went 2 years to college. I think, where are you going to go to college for 16 weeks and make 6 figures? But I said, look, you got to take in the really unbelievable ambiance of nature. Consider where you work and the atmosphere that you're in, and that you can control your own destiny. And it's a tremendous diversification of skills. I said it's a really, really cool profession. It has some disadvantages, but the advantages far outweigh those. So just focus on, if you're having a bad day, sit back and really look at where you're working and what you get to do. And from a humanitarian state, people come there to relax. People come there to lose the stress of life. And I said, you should feel good about that. It's a virtuous profession.
Yeah. Sean, you want to add something?
I want to, how many people, if I had problems on a golf course, I could call almost any superintendent, they would come and help me, even if they were the competition down the road. I've never seen many industries like this, that the people who want to help you are the people you're competing against. This is one of the, I don't know the word exactly, but salt of the earth comes to my mind of people. And if you're crazy, if you don't call someone for advice in this business, because they all will come. If you send out a green light, if you send it like the Batman signal, green light says, I need help, I bet you every superintendent in that town or that community will show up at your doorstep the next day.
Good, good. Did anyone in the audience want to throw a question up here and see how it feels to have Schaefer ignore it? Okay, then I got, here's a real quick one, rapid fire one. Chiefs or Eagles? What do you got?
I'm going to go with the Eagles.
Chiefs or Eagles?
I'm going Eagles.
Okay.
What's your question?
Chiefs or Eagles?
That's a football game.
Chiefs.
All right. Good answer. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Better coach.
What are you most excited about for the future of the industry right now, where we're at, and even just in your own career, and what's moving forward for the 23 season, where the game of golf is?
I think you look at what happened. If you go back to the Great Depression, golf actually increased during the Great Depression. If you look what happened during COVID, I think if we can do something simple, if we can make golf fun, not take a lot of time, not cost a lot, not tricked up, give good service, golf competes against a lot more today than it did 50 years ago. It's still a great game. If we can do those things, I think golf will be sustained.
Okay, good. Sean, what about the future, 2023 season and beyond? How do you feel? What are you most excited about with the state of the game?
Well, I think there's two games. There's the player by the PGA Tour player plays a different game than anybody else in this room. We can't maintain it like them. We have to maintain it for the average person that plays golf and what's their objective. And I think that we are much better prepared to do that today than we were 20 years ago. We used to maintain courses for the best players in the world. I think today we're maintaining golfers for most people who play the game.
Okay. Schaefer, future of the game, how do you feel about where the state of the game currently and moving forward?
I think, I have a lot of golf professionals that are really good friends. I mean, every place I worked. And I think junior golf programs in America are really healthy. And I think clubs really understand that the future of golf has to be thought of now. And so those programs are really robust and they're working out really good. So I think there's several generations of golf. Golf's a cool sport. One bad thing about golf, it never got super organized like other sports, but the golf pros are working hard to organize golf and introduce it to young people, and I think that's a healthy thing that'll help the game in the long run.
Cool. So you were talking about earlier about how people come out to relax, and to enjoy the moment and where they're at, and you think about the golf holes you guys have seen and the places by having your jobs, and how crazy is it? I mean, I would love to, if we've listed the courses that you guys have played, have worked on, have visited, how crazy is this your journey has taken you to all these places? I mean, do you ever think about that, about how the decision you made?
I've actually thought about sometimes I've been able to get on golf courses the top players can't get on.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's kind of I don't do it now, but that was the case 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm. I mean, just the access and the people that you've met.
Well, I think anyone up here, we could probably call any course. Jeff Marco played Cypress Point. Bob Farron played 2. Tim, get on there. Some of the
great. Does that include me?
Yeah.
Okay.
But some of the greatest courses I've seen are a low public golf course budget that the guy's doing the best he can with nothing. Mm-hmm. And I admire that. Sometimes we put too much credibility in high budget golf courses, highly maintained courses, and they're great. But some of the best golf courses around are mom and pops. Yeah. And I think we need the variety of golf courses out there is really special to me.
Good. So Tim, we talked about this a while back, but how interesting is it that you've had the career you've had and the environmentalism that you are supporting throughout your career, and now you end up at where you're at now? I mean, is it just like the most perfect spot for you?
I never even thought about or envisioned having a job like this. And I'm thankful that it's everything I've ever wanted in a job.
What do you hope becomes of the property and the facility? What are your goals?
Well, my goal is not necessarily the owner's goal. His goal is to promote conservation, which I want to do, but I want to continue to highlight the productivity that golf courses have for the environment to the general public, so they understand that one of the best things they can have in their neighborhood is a golf course, mm-hmm. not just to play, but just to live around.
So is the owner, is he on? So you said he's not on board with that. Is it because he doesn't think of golf as an environmental sport, or he's just not a golfer?
No, he's just he built this golf course just to raise money for conservation.
Okay.
But I'm hoping to take this as an opportunity to make the public familiar that golf is good. Mm-hmm. Not just the game, but the golf courses themselves are good to have.
Good. Okay.
On that point, think about what golf teaches and the etiquette and the sportsmanship and things like that. And now, what Tim's saying, these kids and the first tee and the first greens and all these things coming out, the structure that's putting in their life because of the game. And we got to remember that, and it's because of the honor you play with. We call our rules on ourselves, and I think that teaches so much. And if we could just do that and everything in life, how much better people are we really going to be?
Yeah.
And I thank golf for doing that.
Good, good. Any advice, words of advice for what people should do before this show's over, before they go home, while they have another day and a half here at the show?
My greatest advice to you is meet somebody you don't know. That's my greatest advice to you, is go talk to someone you don't know, introduce yourself, shake their hand, go see a product you've never seen, and to do that. You can do that to all the people you come here with, vendors and all you already know. Go meet somebody new, maybe open and give you a different vision of what's going on.
Okay. Matt, anything that you tell people that make sure you do before you leave the show?
Go to the small booths.
I like that. Why?
Well, because a lot of those companies are up and comers. So that's really where you learn to know, what's coming and what's out there. And they only have they're working with limited resources because they're just getting started, but they have strong messages and interesting products.
Yeah. Tim, I know last year that was the first show you'd missed in like 30 years or something like that. And it was just bad luck based on the circumstances in America and with the pandemic and whatnot. But having come to this show for so many years and obviously doing well with it, what do you advise for people to get away from this event?
Cover as much ground as you can, then go back and recover it.
And recover?
Yep.
Okay, good. Very good. Well, I want to thank these gentlemen for their time today. It's always been a pleasure to come out here and chat with them. And I want to remind you again that you're all invited for a little reception down at the Envu booth 566. So Matt, Sean, Tim, congratulations. And thank you to you all. Appreciate you guys. And thank you for coming out and watching, guys.